Stream is live.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting of the City Council of the City of San Clemente to order. Today's date is March 16th, 2021.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson. Is not present. Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
Item on the agenda is closed session, and I do have two comments.
Okay,
The first is from SC Cares. Dear City Council members, it has been over a year since you promised a new city manager and that you would get the city back on track. The community has spent money hiring a recruiting firm, and yet a year later, we still have inept city management. It has in fact gotten worse. We finally got rid of the useless James Maxinoff, and you replaced him with even less qualified and more dysfunctional Eric Sund as an acting city manager, and paying a huge salary to him. You have heard from employee surveys telling you how bad it is. You've heard from the public telling you how bad it is. And you've heard from the business community telling you how bad Eric Sund is, yet you still employed him. Why? I'm particularly disappointed in Eugene James. Prior to election, you sat in a room and told us that you were going to make this happen. You told us that you would fix the city. You told us that you would get rid of Eric Sund and get good city management in and turn our city around. Yet you seem to be paralyzed and do nothing. The city council has become more and more dysfunctional in these past years. Now is the time we need you to act, Gene. Steve and Chris, we are hoping desperately that you two, as the new members, will bring stability and good leadership to this council. The community is sick and tired of watching the drama of the petty political infighting. We are tired of the city council being in the news because of its inability to get along. Kathy was put in as mayor, and it was her job to run the council meetings. However, it is just getting worse and more embarrassing. It is clear that Kathy is incapable of the leadership needed to run this as an effective city council. She just looks like a mean girl trying to pick on Laura, who seems to be the only one who actually knows what is going on at City Hall, since she apparently worked there. Please, City Council, stop picking on each other and playing political games and get down to the business of running the city. Start with job one. Hire a city manager immediately and get rid of the bad one. The next comment is from Mary Lou Smith, and she writes, is there a law requiring that any action taken by council members in closed session must be publicly announced as part of the agenda item regarding closed session? And that, I believe, concludes public comments.
all right. Can I ask the city attorney to please answer the last comment that we had? Does the city have to report out actions that we take in closed session?
The short answer to that, Mayor and Council, is not every action. The Brown Act lists certain actions that are reportable. When we come out of closed session, we act to report the ones that need to be reported. With regard to those actions, you have to disclose the vote taken on those reportable actions. That's either due at the meeting or sometimes after the meeting. For example, if you're going to file litigation, then at the meeting following the filing of that litigation, we need to make that report and also the vote to affirm it. But there's other direction given, litigation strategy, for example, along the way, perhaps parameters for a real estate deal, and those votes don't need to be reported under the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll entertain a motion to go into closed
So
session.
moved. Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Hey, Mayor, before we vote, I have to recuse myself on an item.
Go
Laura?
ahead, Councilman.
Yes, I'm recusing myself from item C, case name Anthem Sales and Management. And then I believe there's an item under F. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That's an item I don't think you'd need to recuse on, council member.
Okay.
Good, I'll make that announcement and then you can decide. That one is about a litigation threat. This is F as in funny. The threat came in from Construction Industry Force Account Council, and the correspondence with the threat in is linked to your agenda under that item. So we need to make that public at this point. But I don't think, Councilmember Ferguson, that you wanted to recuse on that.
Okay, very good. I don't have any confidential documents. That must be on the public agenda.
It's linked
Yeah,
to.
I missed that one. I was reviewing all my hard copies. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. City Attorney.
City Attorney, there's no other comments that you need to make?
No, that's it.
Okay,
Mhm.
so go ahead, Madam Clerk. We
So
have
the
a
motion to
motion and a
recess to
second.
closed
Sorry, John.
session. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
All right, so the council is back from closed session. City attorney, is there any reportable action?
There is, it's a carryover on the prior action. Let me find it here. Yeah, at the meeting of March 2nd, the city council in closed session discussed an extension of the standstill agreement that was part of the settlement in prior litigation with Memorial Care. The council voted to approve an extension of the standstill agreement, with the motion being made by Councilmember Noblock, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem James. That motion carried 4-1 with Councilmember Ferguson voting against it. That agreement was approved in part by Memorial Care, and an extension to the standstill agreement of 30 days was approved in an email form from their general counsel. I have the email. It's a public record. If anyone wishes to see it, they can request a copy of it from the city clerk. That's it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we don't need to take another roll call vote for attendance, correct?
No, we could just state for the record that all council members are participating.
All right, thank you. So Councilmember Noblock has agreed to for an invocation, and I'll be leading the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay,
So please stand.
okay. Father in heaven, we pray to you now, asking you to give us wisdom this evening as we do your business. Lord, your word says that you rise up kings and you put them down, and that all things are under your authority and control. So Father, we want to submit to your will this evening. Give us wisdom to do what we should do for the benefit of our community and for your glory. We give you thanks in the name of Jesus. I ask these things. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
First item on the agenda is a toll road update, and we have one comment.
All right, let's start with the comment before we give an update.
Okay, first, the comment is from Amanda Quintanilla. Dear council members, there are valid concerns that the TCA wants to take over the Los Patrones Parkway. However, at the moment, there's an urgency to rescind the city's approval of the Los Patrones Parkway before it's too late. I urge city council members to remove the Los Patrones Parkway from the master plan of arterial highways from the city's general plan. At the February 16th, 2021 city council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem James asked a couple of important questions about the Los Patrones Parkway. He asked, what's so special about having it approved tonight? The Orange County attorney, Nicole Wash, stated, the M2 decision is being made late March, early April, so the funding decision is being made. That is what I guess is so special about tonight, if you will. It gives us an opportunity to complete a package for OCTA funding. Please rescind support of the Los Patrones Parkway immediately since there is a deadline. Thank you for your time. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, so I will advise the council that we had a TCA meeting on March 11th. And the TCA board decided to take an opposed position to SB 760 and 761. It's opposed unless amended. That is the vote that was taken. However, Supervisor Bartlett brought up a discussion regarding having a small group get together and come up with a solution for the toll road extension and the issue of it, whether it would go through San Clemente or not. I agreed with her on that, and we had quite a long discussion of both boards on that, even though it's a 241 issue. Supervisor Bartlett stated that this is an urgent matter and we should have this meeting as soon as possible and get all the stakeholders together. And I agreed with that. The stakeholders would be TCA, OCTA, San Clemente, and our neighbors. So with that said, I'm extending an invitation to all of those relevant stakeholders to hold a meeting so that we can work effectively and find a resolution. I have proposed an agenda for this meeting and given them different dates that we could meet, the subcommittee that we could meet this week on that. It'll be a Zoom meeting and it will have to work out with everyone's schedule. So I have sent that email out to the stakeholders to try to get that. I don't know if Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem James has anything to add to that at that time, but that's my portion of what happened with TCA.
I'm very concerned. They continue to threaten our city with a toll road. Whether it was Pat Bates's bill last year or two bills this year, 760 and 761. Tony Beal, the mayor of Rancho San Margarita, accused San Clemente of being a special interest. I mentioned this last time, and I mentioned it at the TCA meeting. We are indeed special, and we do have an interest. It's unfortunate they keep on trying to shove this down our throat. I will agree that we can try to have a meeting with them this week. But Mayor Ward, I'm going to have to insist that we need to have a meeting, a special meeting, a week from today on March 23rd to one, evaluate the effectiveness of the meeting we're going to have with the other cities. And two, if we're not satisfied with those results, what are our next steps? And I think we have several things in our quiver that I won't discuss this evening that we could go forward with. I continue to be so concerned, and this entire city needs to realize that the TCA represents a clear and present danger. They will, without a doubt, put a scar of concrete and steel through our city, and we need to be prepared. So with that, Mayor Ward, I would make a motion that we have a special meeting on March 23rd where we can discuss with council exactly what the outcome of the meeting this upcoming week is going to be, and also formulate our response to the results of that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree that, we need, this is a matter that is timely. Are you proposing for the meeting to be at 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, yes.
Okay, is there a second to that special meeting?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion. Go
If I
ahead.
could just add one thing, we were scheduled to have our long-term financial plan workshop on that day. I would propose we move that into April.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem James, I believe we're on the 24th for the LTFP meeting. Is that correct, City Clerk?
It was to take place a week from today, which I believe is March 23rd.
23rd.
Oh, 23rd. Okay, I had the 24th. Okay.
So
Well, that's really important too. Oh boy, with the budget coming up and all.
it is, but we still have 3 entire months for the,
My calendar, excuse me.
so I think this is timely. We've got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem James and a second by Councilmember Duncan.
Okay.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
I'd like to actually add, if I may, before I vote, did I miss when I picked up my calendar, if we set a date certain for the next week or two?
We're talking about it now, Councilmember Ferguson. We haven't talked about it prior.
For the LTFP, I mean, to reschedule it. We haven't decided when that would be rescheduled.
That, I believe at the end of this meeting, I think we should do that. We can get our calendars out, have staff kind of look at it.
At
But-
the end of this meeting. Okay, fair enough. All right, I'll vote yes on that.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, so that is our toll road update. Madam Clerk, item B.
Next item is a presentation by Jennifer Savage, Senior Planner, requesting public participation for the draft housing site survey, which will inform the housing element update.
Good evening, council and mayor. I am just going to wait for the PowerPoint presentation to come up. But I did want to thank you for having staff here this evening. It is a critical item in the city, and we really appreciate your time. And this evening, we are presenting the housing site survey. Next slide, please. We'll leave the URL up for a little bit in case anyone wants to copy it down. However, please feel free to email us, the planning division, for a direct link. As you know, the city is in the process of updating our housing element. In order to plan for our regional share of housing units, the update will consider rezoning properties to allow for residential uses. We are here this evening to request public participation on the housing sites survey. You may be wondering what the purpose of the survey is. The survey will help inform the housing element update. Specifically, the survey will help staff and the consultant determine if there are any other properties or areas which we should consider planning for housing, and to inform us if there are any deterrents to the sites that we are already considering. So what are the next steps? Next slide, please. We also wanted to share some key dates and next steps. In May, we'll publish the public draft and come to the Planning Commission and the City Council for feedback. In the summer, we'll publish the draft EIR. And in the fall, we'll publish the housing and safety element updates along with the final EIR to be considered for adoption. The goal is to meet the state's October 15th deadline. What you don't see here on this slide here is we are going to the Planning Commission next month in April to discuss the sites that are in the housing sites survey. And so that is another opportunity to gather public input. Thank you again for your time this evening, and we look forward to coming back to you in May. This concludes staff presentation.
Does any council member have a question of staff?
I have a question.
I don't have a, yeah, I'm sorry, I do have a question.
And
Ms. Savage, when does the comment period end for the Survey Monkey?
Great question. So it ends next Friday, and that's March 26th.
March, and how are the comments? Are they coming in pretty frequently every day or not too many yet?
We hope with this special presentation we'll get more. As of yesterday morning, we only had 55 responses, which is pretty good, but we'd love to get additional public participation.
Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and share some of that information then. And also, I just wanted to make a comment too for those watching that that they know that the city identifies sites, but we don't actually build the housing. So people understand that. Is that correct, Ms. Savage?
It is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
you had a comment.
Yes, just to be clear, Jennifer, thank you for running this survey. Are there sites that the city's already sort of pre-selected in the survey and we ask people to weigh in on those, and they can also suggest new ones, or is it one or the other of those?
Yeah, it's both. So city staff and the consultant looked at potential sites, and those sites are included in the survey. There are maps to indicate where those sites are, and we ask what the preferred density would be, so the number of housing units on those sites. And then at the end of the survey, we also ask people to suggest additional sites.
Well, if you're out there and you're interested in more affordable housing, then please do participate.
So I have a question, Jennifer. Have we sent a press release out for the survey?
We did. In fact, we released a press release on February 23rd. In addition, it is posted on our website, our city website, and we've posted on Facebook as well to invite additional public participation.
Okay, so it ends, you said this Friday.
Next Friday, March 26th.
Okay, can we send that out again and make sure the San Clemente Times gets that and does something on it? I think we'll get a lot more comments. I don't recall anything on that. They might have, but let's try again, because since we have, a week and a half left.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't see any other questions or comments.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, if I may, please. Before we go on, I noticed the update on homelessness fell off on special presentations, and that's something council, goodness, over a year ago had made a standing item, whether we had an update or not. Do you know what happened to that tonight?
Member Ferguson.
This agenda? Yeah.
Yeah, we removed that for the time being, and once we get the new community service outreach worker in place and we establish performance measures, we will be coming back to the council with those reports thereafter.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and put it back on, because that was a council decision to have that as a standing item some time ago. And we did get some concerns emailed to us today from some folks. So in order to remove a feature of our agenda, we really need the council to be able to vote on that to modify it. So I'd appreciate that if we could get that back on. Thank you very much.
Council member that would like to weigh in on that or second that? Any issue?
Yes, well, I think we should have it back on, but that's because I think we should have renewed our CityNet or continued our CityNet contract through when we get a new homeless coordinator. So I would like to have the homelessness as a standing item. I think that's a good. I would also, since we're talking about it, ask if anyone would join me in agendizing at our next regular meeting the issue of potentially extending CityNet if in the unlikely event we don't have a homeless coordinator online by that time. I am concerned about the continuity, and I would like to at least have some contingency if by some chance we don't bring that person on board expeditiously.
So let me ask the city attorney, is this the best way to do that, or should the minutes be pulled of the decision? I think it was the last city council meeting. I didn't see it. I didn't find it in the minutes. Did anyone else look at that?
Yeah, I was going to bring it in the minutes. I could try and find it, but since Councilmember Ferguson brought it up, I decided to talk about it now. We could also bring it up with the minutes.
So let me ask the city attorney, does it have to be where you were in the majority of the affirmative vote on that to bring it up, or can any council member bring that up?
I think anyone can bring it up because we're talking about future agenda items at this
Okay.
point. So
That's-
the motion's proper anytime by anyone.
Okay, so do you want to go ahead and restate that? I think you said that would be a better way because you're asking for an agenda item.
Okay, is it proper, City Attorney Smith, to bring it up now, or should I wait till we go over the minutes for the last meeting?
I think now is fine. Councilmember Ferguson has noted that this is the place where traditionally that item resided. So please, go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I would move that we agendize the issue of whether we should extend or renew, I guess, for some short period of time, the CityNet contract until we bring on our full-time homeless coordinator, so that there's continuity in this outreach.
So you're asking for that staff report to come back,
I'm
or this
asking-
is just a
At this
discussion?
point, I'm asking it just to be agendized at our next regular meeting.
Okay,
If I may
yes, go ahead, Mayor.
ask the city manager a couple of questions. Is it Mercy House that provides the county programming?
So Mercy House, under the county's HEAP grant, provides community outreach services to South Orange County. So Mercy House comes into the city maybe once to twice a week, but then they also have commitments to all of the other South County cities to provide mobile outreach.
So they were coming, so they come in twice a week. Previously, CityNet was coming in 3 times a week?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
My next question for you, City Manager, is when do you anticipate a hire for your homeless outreach coordinator?
So the position is closed. Currently, we're going through and screening candidates, and we'll be coming up with a set of qualified candidates to be interviewed. And so we're also putting together, as we speak, an external oral board to perform those interviews. And so with that said, I think within the next 30 days, we should be able to identify potentially a candidate or a group of candidates that are eligible for the position.
Can we have maybe one member of the homeless committee, maybe not be part of the interview process, but maybe, well, yes, be part of the interview process and have some input on your final candidates?
I think we could, well, I'd like to think about that, council member, because we typically use outside raters that are not unfamiliar, but are objective in their scoring of candidates. And so if the council would be so inclined, I also think that if there was any type of, I'm not going to call it a screening process, but if the city had a finalist and the finalist was going to be offered the position, maybe what I would offer is a subcommittee of the council and potentially a member from the homeless the homeless services subcommittee to maybe talk to the individual, but at the end of the day, the hiring body is within the community development director's purview.
I understand.
So we could probably work something out like in that respect if that was so inclined.
Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I will second the motion that's on the floor.
All right, thank you. So there is a motion on the floor by Councilmember Duncan and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
That's all we need to agendize
Yeah,
people.
I was getting ready for you to take a vote. Okay. So you have direction on that. Thank you, Councilmember Duncan.
Next item is oral communications, and we do have some comments.
All right.
First comment is from Lisa Adoni. Dear esteemed city council, I'm a longtime Talega homeowner and resident. I'd like to express my opposition to a car wash gas station near the sports park on La Plata and Avenida Vista Hermosa. We have sufficient gas stations and a car wash nearby and don't need another. There are better uses for the land to include family-friendly casual dining. Please consider supporting something small business oriented that is also family-friendly. We would be supporting our small business owners who are struggling to survive the COVID pandemic and bring some much needed dining options to our community. The last thing we need is another big business corporation in Talega area. Next comment is from Colleen Riley. While it is important to support restaurants on Avenida Del Mar, it's equally important to support retail operations during this period of time and customers who wish to find parking. One of the most glaring examples of a restaurant taking advantage of this is H.H. Cotton's. I'm referring to the 7 spaces they have taken in front of the post office. These spaces have not been used at all for outdoor dining by this restaurant. In fact, H.H. Cotton's is closed most of the time except on weekends. I've never seen these spaces being used for outdoor dining ever. Why does the city allow this? I realize that the owner is the president of the Downtown Business Association, and he's taken advantage of his position by doing this. This is very selfish, and the city needs to reclaim these parking spaces back for customers. Next comment is from Bonnie Barnes, Rancho San Clemente Association Board President. As visuals are valuable tools that enhance presentations, would you be so kind as to add a button to the public comment window on the city's website to enable the public to attach photos or diagrams for viewers to see while their comment is being read during oral communication and agendized items? Thank you, Vonnie Barnes. Next comment is anonymous. Mayor Pro Tem James, please hire a new city manager and remove the assistant city manager position as you claimed you would on social media before you were elected to council. You were elected by the residents for change, and instead you have fallen in line with lame loyalty oaths and censure charades that do nothing but waste city time, money, and resources instead of focusing on the business of the people during this catastrophic pandemic. Hire a new city manager and please rethink moving tax dollars from a San Clemente business to Anaheim. This is not the time to remove a loyal, longstanding business that gives back to the community in exchange for a cheaper out-of-town service. Please.
Next comment is from Ann Canny. This topic not on agenda, but should be if it hasn't been already. E-bikes. They are becoming a greater hazard as time goes on. We live near the Greenbelt on Camino Veracruz. I'm a grandmother and love to take my 7-year-old granddaughter and often a little friend and my granddog on a leash walking on the boulevard sidewalks while the kids ride their bicycles or flickers, three-wheeled upright tricycle. We can't safely do that anymore. We are bombarded with these e-bikers from ages 10-ish to 17-ish, screaming down the sidewalk, skirting around us or through us at speeds up to 20 miles per hour. Last week, 2 boys came tearing down the sidewalk just as my dog was crossing to the other side of the sidewalk, and they nearly wiped him and me out. I yelled at them to get on the street because motorized bikes are not allowed on sidewalks. They circled back to yell that they are legal. Then the kids, 13-ish, kept circling us, intimidating us, doing wheelies, and playing chicken on the lawn as they crossed the sidewalk before and behind us. This was a first. These e-bikes are dangerous and shouldn't be allowed on pedestrian sidewalks where small children, dogs, elderly are just out for a leisurely walk. What about our rights? Mark my words, it's just a matter of time before tragedy strikes. Next comment is from Donovan Dream. Our city council has removed homeless update as an agenda item for meetings. I am requesting the council maintain homeless update as a regular agenda item for the reasons identified below. 1, city leadership to provide regular updates on city's progress with homeless resolution strategies. 2, to provide transparency on homelessness in San Clemente to prevent the buildup of frustration and doubt about our city's leadership. 3, to engage the public and continue open discussion on homeless issues for more effective problem resolution. Also, I am requesting the city council to provide outreach services to our San Clemente homeless population until the outreach coordinator is hired with boots on the ground. This current interruption of outreach services for San Clemente homeless can be quite detrimental and disrupt progress achieved. I and others have tried using 211 and the Orange County Sheriff OSCD advocating for San Clemente homeless individuals on several occasions. 211 and OSCD are not meeting the needs of our San Clemente homeless. The main reason is lack of meaningful resources. Next is from Tony Rubolino. Greetings, City Council. You undoubtedly received my email after the last meeting with screenshots from Dana Point City Council meeting in which leadership met live, in person, socially distanced with plexiglass dividers and without masks. Staff presentations were able to be completed live as well as participation from the public was accommodated. I asked, what is the difference between our two cities? Why can't San Clemente duplicate Dana Point City Council meetings? Since I didn't get a response from any of you, I decided to go straight to the source and contacted Dana Point City leadership, receiving responses from Mayor Federico, Mayor Pro Tem Mueller, and City Manager Michael Killebrew. Apparently, I'm told our two cities are covered under the same JPIA. Here is a list of steps taken to mitigate risk. Doors to chambers left open, ventilation system running 100% of the meeting, plexiglass dividers, podium close to door for the public to utilize. Public can make a comment and then step back outside once finished. Masks worn if moving about the room. Online participation still available for staff and the public who don't want to be present. If we are in fact covered under the same JPIA and one city can operate with open meetings successfully while the others can't, I'm led to believe the situation is more of a result of leadership. Are we waiting for Mayor Ward, who regularly punts to the county and state for guidance, even though Governor Newsom is facing a recall this fall, specifically related to his failed policies in handling the state's affairs. Are we waiting for Councilman Duncan to take direction from Councilman Levin, who regularly Twitter posts mask selfies? I ask Councilman Duncan again, can you share how concerned you are with the virus when not campaigning or in front of the city camera? We only need a council majority to propel ourselves in a forward direction and get back to open meeting with public participation. I call on Mayor Pro Tem James, Councilman Noblock, and Councilwoman Ferguson to spearhead this endeavor and get San Clemente City open.
Madam Clerk, if I could, if you could, I'm having a real hard time understanding your words. If you could speak, perhaps if you're closer to the mic, or
Okay,
I know it's difficult, but I'm having a real difficult time understanding you.
understood. Next comment is from Judy Jones. Dear City Council members, City Clerk, and City Manager, I hope you will be reading the attached letter from the local chapter of the League of Women Voters. I am one of many San Clemente members in the League of Women Voters of Orange Coast and hope you do consider comments in this letter addressing housing. My personal interest would be to keep housing homelessness on the agenda at every meeting so that we know what has happened and not happened between the meetings. It is a major issue that will not solve itself, and I appreciate the consistent effort of my city council. Then the attached letter from the League of Women Voters of Orange Coast is, Dear City Council and Planning Commission members, the League of Women Voters of Orange Coast supports actions to promote inclusionary housing and support the development of affordable housing for people of very low, and moderate income. The League, with members that live in San Clemente, understands that currently over 20% of San Clemente residents have extremely low or low income. In addition, over 28% of renters have had a housing burden of over 50% of income. Our League advocacy team has been reviewing the status and degree of San Clemente's success with their 5th cycle housing elements and found that the city has met only 46% of its very low and only 29% of its low housing goals. Therefore, in line with our position on housing and homelessness.
Point of order.
Mhm.
Mr. City Attorney, the League of Women's Voters is a 501c4. It is not to take positions. This letter is totally inappropriate, and I'd like for you to rule on it, please.
I think once it's submitted, it has to be read. The platform has to be available to all, but that concern can be noted in the minutes.
Please,
following this.
please note
Thank you.
that concern in the minutes.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay. Therefore, in line with our position on housing and homelessness, we strongly recommend the city of San Clemente in development of the 6th cycle elements require at least 15% of the units in any new development be designated for affordable housing. We also recommend that the in lieu fees paid to the city by a developer be increased to $10 to $15 per square foot. This is the opportunity to create affordable housing for all San Clemente residents.
Next comment is from Bill Krutinger. At the most recent Planning Commission meeting, a small change to the in lieu fee was approved. This progress is appreciated, but it falls far short of the change needed to that and related policies if we hope to bring our policies in line with cities that have made real progress on housing goals. I hope the council will engage with stakeholders and be open-minded to greater changes when the subject comes before council at a future date. The failure of this council to maintain the services of a homeless outreach contractor was a stunning disappointment. The person being hired into a homeless outreach and service coordination position should be able to hit the ground running, gleaning all the information they can from the city's contractor. CityNet should be brought back and kept on until a couple months after the newly hired staff person is trained and ready to meet their new responsibilities. The disappointment in this bad policy decision was heightened by the remarks from Mayor Pro Tem James and Councilmember Noblock, who based their no votes on CityNet's support for policies that provide for housing for disabled people. That's what permanent supportive housing is, housing for disabled people. The callous disregard for such a vulnerable population by those members makes reconsideration of that item the only prudent action. I urge the council to vote to reconsider and to bring back CityNet. Do the right thing. And the final comment for oral communications is from Matt Hoover. I would like to thank code enforcement and in particular Cecilia Gallardo Daly for their great job handling my code enforcement complaint I filed on April 10th, 2019, nearly 2 years ago. However, if you look at the attached picture, which I forwarded to you today, council, if you look at the attached picture, which I took a few hours ago of the hazardous nuisance property located at 715 Avenida Colombo, I simply can't do that. It's my understanding that this has been on the city council agenda several times over the past year, but because it is being discussed in closed session, we, the public, have no idea why this abandoned nuisance continues to exist. I know Laura Ferguson has actually viewed the property in person and can attest that the photo I have attached does not show how severely damaged this property is. Leaning by 10 inches, broken windows, an unpermitted temporary dilapidated chain link fence, completely unsecured, unsightly, discharging rainwater and further damaging the slope behind the property and the rat infestation that also exists. Also, I believe that the huge pile of dead weeds and brush that was piled up behind the house last October has now been thrown down into the canyon, exacerbating the fire hazard conditions. It's also my understanding that in October 2020, Laura Ferguson had made a motion for the city to begin abatement proceedings by appointing an abatement officer per the city's municipal code. This nuisance abatement section for our code seems to be a very well-written and thought out and was put into code back in the 90s, so I assume it is legally valid as it has stood the test of time. The nuisance abatement code also provides for a complete recovery of all costs expended by the city. Unfortunately, no one seconded the motion, so it died. Recently, I found out the city has expended nearly $45,000 in legal fees on this property in the last 18 months. By looking at the attached picture I took today, it's hard to imagine what the money has been spent on, but I think the public deserves to know. Therefore, I suggest that the city council vote today to put this on the next agenda and not closed session, but open session where a presentation can be made by code enforcement explaining why they are not following the city's nuisance abatement procedure and what they have expended $45,000 to date in legal fees on in regards to this property. And how much of the $45,000 will the city be able to recover? Thank you for your transparency, Matt Hoover. And that's all for oral communications.
All right. Thank you very much. City manager, I just had a couple questions or requests. The issue of still needing dining outside, but mentioned by one of our restaurants. Can we just check that if that's being used or not?
Absolutely, Mayor, just to make the council aware, our Economic Development Officer, Jonathan Lightfoot, is working with the property owner on that very issue.
All right, I appreciate that. I thought so. Just if you could get back to the council so that we know. On e-bikes, it was mentioned, an issue, and I believe we have a place on our website where you can report an issue with an e-bike, and we're asking the public to do that. I believe that's all I had.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the city
Go ahead.
city manager. Between now and your remarks later in the meeting, can you confirm whether Dana Points has the same insurance? The JPIA, it's been my understanding for the past couple of months that they did not, that we're operating under the JPIA requirements. Would you be able to find that out?
I'll do my best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So Madam Clerk, what is our next item?
Next item is item 3, and for that item, I would request a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Next item is closed session report, city attorney.
Oh, we gave that when we reconvened. Thank
No
you.
more, okay. Next item is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items H and I.
H and I.
Yes.
All right, council members.
The
Is
one
it-
I was going to.
I'm sorry, what were those items again?
H and I.
H is in hospital,
Yes. and I as in
India.
India?
I had item D,
Okay,
D as in David.
Ward, I'll request item G. And maybe I should take this time if you'll indulge me. I've understood that people could not hear me earlier in the meeting. I don't know why I'm speaking very close to the microphone, and I think it's on, but if I might be able to recap the earlier item that we set for the agenda in case people miss that.
yes, go ahead.
Okay. Just to note, I requested that we agendize at the next regular council meeting, whether we might renew temporarily CityNet's contract if and when we do not have our full-time homeless coordinator on board. And Councilmember Noblock seconded that, so we were able to get that agendized for the next meeting.
Right, thank you. So I have item D, item G, item H, and item I. Is there any
And
item?
Mayor Ward, I do. Item E, please.
E, thank you. A motion to approve the balance.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, item D.
D as in David.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I asked that this item come up, and I have a real simple request. I'm in favor of the item. I just had one suggestion for the contract. On page 1 of the contract, there's some language that I'd like to insert. And the reason I'm inserting it is because this is, in my opinion, an area that opens the back door to possible change orders and increased costs. And it says that after the contract is signed, but prior to commencement of performance of work, the contractor coordinates with the city to identify any refinements to the contract. And I just would like to add in the penultimate sentence of that first paragraph in section 2, the following language, and that would be the cost of such refinements to be included in the bid price, end quote.
Do we have a member of staff here? Interim city manager?
So it looks like we had Tom Bonnegat on a moment ago, but oh, there he is. We have Tom on, so Tom can respond to this. Sorry, Tom.
Mr. Bonnegat,
Yes.
comment.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Is there a question for me to?
I think the question was, did you want to comment on Councilmember Knobloch's request to add additional language to the contract, Tom?
Sure, I'll just say I don't see any harm in it, but what I heard was the intent would be to eliminate change orders, and this won't be the way to do that. There still could be change orders, and they could be without the scope of bid items. So, it can't hurt, but I just want us all to be aware there still may be reasonable and legitimate change orders resulting from this language, or, in spite of this language.
Yeah, the goal wasn't to eliminate change orders, but this gives a mechanism by which change orders can occur. And my recommendation was that any refinements that are identified before work be included in the contract bid price. Obviously, there's always an opportunity for change orders if there's significant issues, but this, I think, closes one door for possible modifications to the contract. And that's why I'm making the recommendation. Thank you for your comments, Tom.
Let me just read that last sentence again real quick. It says, prior to commencing performance of any work hereunder, which is the contract, contractor shall cooperate with and assist the city to identify and make any refinements to the description and scope of the work. So Tom, when would that come in normally? After they go out to the site or start? Why is that language in there like that?
It's a general catch-all. It could happen if we get questions, because our standard conditions require contractors on public contracts to do their due diligence and reasonably ascertain that they're comfortable with the scope of the work when they submit their bids. Having said that, state law prohibits us from actually placing absolute responsibility for the design on a contractor. So if something's missed and they did their due diligence and it still comes up, it's not necessarily their fault for not bringing it up. So one stage is it could happen during bidding where we get questions and clarifications during the bid process, and then the responses are available to all potential bidders so that they know if in fact we have made further revisions or clarifications via official project addenda prior to bid. After your council awards the contract and we issue a notice to proceed, one of the first things we do is go over schedule and again review the scope of the project to make sure that they're trying to reasonably minimize foreseeable surprises, and that's another opportunity to do it. And then of course, as in the progress of the work, issues may arise, those are still coming up, and that's what I was trying to speak to, that it doesn't preclude that kind of stuff, but it is a way to try and tease out issues ahead of time, as Councilmember Knobloch is. I think that's what we're getting at.
Right, so when I read it more as making refinements to the description and the scope so that everybody's totally keyed in on what our goals are for that. And that's why it says that. I don't read it as a monetary issue. So is there somewhere in the other part of the contract that talks about change orders?
In this contract, it references standard specifications for public works. These are outside agency standards, and so they're incorporated by reference into this contract. That's pretty typical, and that has all of the change order provisions. A lot of other outside provisions come into the contract, and that talks about documenting things written in change order, getting prior agreement before a contractor were to do additional work so that the city can approve it and have proper record keeping for both the contractor and the city's protection. That's all incorporated by reference.
Councilmember Knobloch, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to say, to address your concern about this isn't address money. Anytime you're talking about a refinement that just changes the scope of work, you are talking about money. You might not be talking about money if no one raises the issue, but oftentimes, quite frankly, the issue is raised. That's why this language would simply say refinements, not major changes, and also that are consistent with the goals of the contract. The contract should, all of our contracts should identify what needs to be done with a price to get it done, so that 3 months from now, we're not saying, gee, someone realized there was a sewer. There were 2 sewer manholes in the street instead of 3, and we had to spend a couple extra guys and we need an extra $10,000 to cover those costs. The refinements need to be included. That's my only reason bringing this up.
So Mr. Vonnegut, do you have any comments of would that raise any issue adding that verbiage?
No, I don't think so. Again, just to reiterate that sometimes we don't know what we don't know until you're opening up a street or a building or something. And so, we just reasonably can't predict some of those refinements, but those probably fall outside of the scope of a refinement. That's a more major contract change anyway. So I think this language is fine. Like I said, it can't hurt. It can only improve. So I don't have any objection. It's a good suggestion.
Okay.
Mayor Ward,
Yes, Councilmember Duncan.
Ms. Public Works Director Vonnegut, is there any potential that the winning bidder might have any hesitancy because of that additional language, or is there any problem with introducing it after we've gone through the bidding process?
Normally, I might be concerned by that. The city attorney might weigh in, but I think this is a further clarification of intent. And so I don't see that as a big risk or something that the contractor would object to. We are going to let the winning contractor know, because this wasn't the standard. It changes the contract upon which they bid, but I wouldn't call this a material impact to generally what we would do. So I think it would be okay unless the city attorney has a different opinion.
No, I agree, Tom. Thanks.
Okay.
Madam
Any
Mayor,
other
if it's
comments?
appropriate, I would approve this item with the following language, the penultimate sentence in section 2, which simply says the cost of such refinements to be included in the bid price.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Great, thank you.
Next item is item E. Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have two questions of staff, and they involve the marine safety building. Let's see, we have, is Mr. Mahmoudi available tonight? Who will be answering
Sorry,
questions?
I'm representing.
Is there any questions?
Oh, you are. Okay, thank you, Tom. The first question I have, and I just wanted to have this documented. You have in here the marine safety building. And just in 2019, and the council did allocate $2.2 million to make some renovations to the marine safety building. And I know you have a date in here of preparing the feasibility study to determine the best location for a new lifeguard headquarters. It started, and that will be completed in 2021, fiscal year 2021. What projected date do you have for actually constructing this? Because I was hoping that I didn't support renovating it because it wasn't falling down. And you actually gave that presentation in 2019, Tom, that it wasn't at risk of falling down. And I'd rather wait for us to build a brand new one. But the point is I wanted to make is, can we put in here what the projected date for actually constructing one is, so we can get some life out of the 2.2 million that was put into it?
So Councilmember Ferguson, it's a good question. I don't know, because we're just now starting that relocation study. And so what I would suggest to you and council is, let's get through that study, because it'll have recommendations and it'll discussion of the potential alternatives of what that might look like. And then at that point, depending on your direction, we can certainly make those decisions about, okay, if for example, there would be a relocation to point A, that let's, depending on the life of the building, wait until that is triggered and then make that relocation. So we're working on the study now to see what the options are, and that's going to come back to you automatically. And that would be a better time then to decide, okay, what happens next?
Okay, thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. So we'll be seeing that by the end of June then. Is that
Our
correct?
goal is, yeah, sorry to cut you off. Our goal is to get that substantially completed by the end of June. I think we just hired a consultant with your approval.
Very good, thank you. And then just one other item, and I wanted to recommend that we make some modifications to this to memorialize what happened. On page 6E 137, it is a section on monitoring of the emergency shelter overlay, that section, but the page number is 137. And it talks about a recap of the campsite in which we set up, and it was open for 6 months to serve those who are experiencing homelessness. In here, it's missing some key points that happened with that campsite. For instance, we did, yes, as it states, we, the city, the county, Mercy House was the homeless provider at the time, outreach provider, did in fact help provide resources, connect with housing, jobs, and the Homeward Bound program to reconnect people with family and friends. But what's missing in here at the end of that 6-month period, we had planned to keep it open for a year, but we ended it at 6 months. We did receive a letter from Coastal Commission indicating we needed a coastal development permit for that. So that's missing. I'd like to add that in there for the record. And then also there were actions taken by the city management at the time to reduce the campsite. It wasn't just natural attrition, it actually grew to numbers beyond our expectations, and therefore We didn't expect that to happen. We expected to serve those who were experiencing homelessness here, but also at the time, much to my surprise, the city management at the time did in fact institute a resident-only requirement to reduce the population there. So that's important to note in there as well. And then, of course, we closed the campsite because there were few people there at the time. I think it was 6 to 8 or so. So those are my suggestions before approving this tonight, is to make sure that's memorialized in there for future councils as well to look back on. Thank you.
Is there any other council member that wants to comment on that? I'm happy with the descriptions of what's in there. I think this is a general plan update and to memorialize not just what happened, but what actions we took. We don't do a day by day on all of these. This is something that we see once a year, and it's in order for the staff and to tell us what they've done for the year to implement the general plan. And there's strategic actions in here for them to do. So if I'm not hearing any other council member that wants to make those changes.
Well, Mayor Ward, I'd like to respond to your comments. This doesn't capture the full entirety of what happened there. This narrative is not even capturing probably 50%. So therefore, it's important that it's accurate. And especially when we look at the Coastal Commission, and they did require a coastal development permit. We did get that letter, and that's not in here. So that's extremely important to note going forward, because it's land use.
Okay, well, you've made your case. I'm not.
Councilmember Ferguson, if I could ask a question, could you summarize the additions that you want to see included in this on page 137?
Sure. On page 137, I'd like to include the letter from Coastal. City received a letter from Coastal Commission stating that a coastal development permit would be required to continue the campsite. And also actions were taken at the time by management to institute a residency only requirement, which naturally reduced the population of the campsite. That's all. That's pretty much sums it up.
There's more information than less. So I have no objection to making this, because there's a statement of a status of program implementation, which includes kind of what's going on. So it's a minor modification, and I have no problem with including that.
I'm looking at the rest of council. I'm good with what staff has written. I don't see the point. So, council wants to take a vote on that. I'm good with what staff has written in there.
I'd like to make a motion then, if I may. Mayor Ward?
Your motion will be for approval of the item, subject to
the modifications just stated on page 137. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
So a motion by Councilmember Ferguson, second by Councilmember Noblock.
I just, before we go, I just would like to inquire, I understand more information. What are we trying to gain here?
We're trying to just reflect upon what happened here, because this is a completed project and it's for accuracy in exactly what happened at that campsite, all the particular nuances, and those were pretty significant, those two items.
It sounds historical, a little more historical information on what happened. In that
So
area.
you're going to put the Coastal Commission letter in there, and what else? I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. On the management decision for reducing the population at the campsite, implementing the residency only requirement.
See, I can't agree with that, because I don't agree that it's a management decision.
That's what happened. I was here.
I'm okay with reflecting what occurred?
but I'm not sure that is what occurred.
Right.
So she's asking in the 11th hour to do that, and I'm not sure that
Well,
that is
Ma-
actually.
Mayor
true.
Ward, perhaps we ask staff why that's not in there. If they know.
Yeah, Christopher Wright, case planner for this. I want to start by saying that this progress report is first to highlight progress that we're making towards our housing element programs, with the audience being the state of California. With regard to whether we put those details in there, I don't think it was an intentional thing. Staff supportive of maybe perhaps mentioning the coastal development permit, because that did preclude our efforts to continue our implementation of the program. As for the other item, I leave that to the council.
That's a little difficult. So Mayor Ward, can I ask you, are you okay with putting the coastal commission letter in?
I am, I would think, what's the point? If this is ever looked into and we're going to be doing anything with that camp, all of that is public record. I don't know, this is for us, this update. But the second part of what she's saying, that decision, I don't agree with. That it's an actual true statement, so.
Can we query this city manager on this, please?
Yeah, so it's a long time ago. So it's a little hard for me. But I don't recall it being strictly a management decision on the residential only.
Well, I didn't know about it. I recall being surprised because I was left out of that decision. I wouldn't have supported that.
Can we have a middle ground of approving, putting the coastal commission letter in and coming back and revisiting this when we query or whatever memorialization we have of this?
I'm good with that, Mayor Pro Tem James. Thank you.
Can I ask about time sensitivity on this with staff? This is a yearly update that we're trying to do. We are going into our housing element, and I know, is there any problem with putting this off to the next council meeting to clarify that?
Yes, Mayor, this annual progress report is due annually by April 1st.
Oh,
And it's an important deadline that the city meet to maintain our eligibility for certain grant funding and meeting state requirements.
in other words, so Councilmember James, I believe, in whatever the city did on that, I think it probably includes closed session items, discussions, but I don't agree with the statement she's trying to get in here, that it was a management decision. So
my-
I don't see the point.
My compromise that I'm trying to offer is to put the coastal commission letter in and move on.
Okay, so I would make a substitute motion for approval with that refinement. So we have two motions on the floor. One by Councilmember Ferguson, and was there a second to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
Councilmember Noblock?
I was seconding it, but I was waiting for the motion to make the motion to adopt your language, and I don't know if, it sounds like we have a new substitute motion.
Well, we have both, so, we can take those
So
up.
my
but I
motion
don't know if we have a
stands- My
second.
motion stands to put the coastal commission letter in the document and move on from there.
So Councilmember Ferguson, will you take that as a friendly?
I've already mentioned to Mayor Pro Tem James that that sounded good to me. That's fine. Absolutely.
Motion by Councilmember Ferguson and a second by Councilmember James. And Madam Clerk, are you clear on the terms?
Yes,
Okay.
this is just the coastal commission
Yes.
letter.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. The next item is item G, Policy and Procedure 1201-12, City Council Access to Confidential Documents.
I believe that's Councilmember Duncan.
Yes, just wanted to revisit this. I see the revised language for the advisement. I am comfortable with the revised language. I think it does accomplish what we wanted to accomplish as discussed in the prior meeting. But I'd like to revisit whether we should have some acknowledgement of anyone receiving the documents. I don't think this is sort of agreeing to anything. It's just acknowledging that they've gotten this advisement rather than just having this be sort of on top of the documents, I guess. So I'd like to see if anyone else wants to comment on that. I'm prepared to make a motion, but if someone may have questions of clarification about that.
Are you asking Councilmember Duncan to have a, on the paper government code disclosure, some requirement?
Acknowledgement that they've gotten that advice, yes. Yes, some signed acknowledgement that they've seen the advisement rather than the advisement just being sort of on the packet.
So you're talking clearly about the language that's in here that
Yes,
staff
so
did.
it's the language, yeah, it's in attachment 1 in G, the revised language, as we discussed before, that really basically just says the government code section. Wondering whether it might be a good idea to just have that acknowledgement at least. So if there is a question, we can say, okay, this was received.
Okay, so I think I'm seeing some consensus on that.
Excuse me, does that mean signing something, Mayor Ward?
I think what you did with the revision of the language was good. But I think what council did prior, it was a policy, this would be changing if we don't have that. It was a policy to have a signature, like an extra layer. And I think that is advisable and a good idea at this time to do
I'm just
that.
wondering how we'd accomplish that. Let's say Laura was looking for her documents in person. Would she sign, I'm receiving this information. I acknowledge that I've been notified of the government code, a signature, or initial, or?
No, she would have to sign it, have staff sign it. That's what we offered before, when the council member didn't want to use cap linked for that. That they were able to come in and get the documents and just sign.
I understand the concept. I'm just wondering if, because I'm looking at the logistics of it, and I'm wondering, would an email acknowledgement work? Just say, I've got the document, I understand it. Received the government code. I'm just wondering how, if the document's delivered to one of our homes, we sign it, send it back, we sign it in advance.
I think for something like that, if we're not going to use cap linked, we would probably have to go into City Hall and get it.
Or email, would email
Or a
be-
staff member
would
could,
email notification?
I don't know. Scott, can you opine on that? Because, what we were trying to do with council policy was have that extra layer of acknowledgement.
Well, Mayor and Council, with regard to paper records, that's easy, right? Because there could just be a sign off for the document when it's picked up at the clerk's. I hadn't thought about emailing, but that could be possible when there's a return receipt requested. Perhaps that could also go with that acknowledgement. We'd have to think about that one, but I think paper records should be easy.
Okay, so personally, I happen to,
We acknowledge all sorts of things electronically, almost everything these days. That's why I'm wondering, just in terms of speed of process,
Yeah.
would it somehow an electronic acknowledgement work as opposed to a signature on a piece of paper?
If I could, Councilman Noblock, as a precursor to opening the document, I'm not sure how that could be achieved technically through email, but if there's a will, there's probably a way.
Well, we do that all the time when we have special meetings. We get a form to sign. I never sign it. I just email back and say I'm in agreement.
so they would have
It's
to,
it's
a
binding.
council member would have to say, I'm in agreement, and then those documents would then be transferred over to them. Right? So I think, that could be a layer. I just think I agree with
Well,
Councilmember
yeah,
Dunn.
it's the same as
Duncan.
the signature then, because you just say, put my signature, go ahead and sign for me, or put my electronic signature in.
I don't have a particular hard time with that, Chris, but my question is, my concern is the same one I had 2 weeks ago, and that is, The government code is what it is. The legal obligations are what they are. And when a council member or any other public official receives that information, the law doesn't change, the obligation doesn't change, the fiduciary responsibilities don't change, nothing changes. So to require a signature, about the efficacy of it, and then again, I've expressed this, my other concern is just how to make it work logistically. I acknowledge that I'm getting these warnings every time I get my packet. That's different concern.
Can I just add one thing really quick, the point of order? We're getting some feedback. We can't hear. So, okay. Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, Duncan.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the purpose, Councilmember Noblock, is the acknowledgement specifically that these documents are covered by the code, right? Like, so yeah, the code exists. We're all governed by it at all times. The acknowledgement really narrows it down and says, okay, so for these particular documents, though, I understand these, these are covered by the code.
And I don't think it's just a matter of law. I think this was a council policy. So that it's a policy that we set that for all of us, it's not for just one person, for all of us, that if we wanted hard copies, that we would acknowledge, that this writing that we've agreed on, this new policy, that these documents are confidential and not to be released. It's pretty clear. So that's, it's a council policy. I think that what we talked about at the last meeting was law, that everyone should get them. And I think we all agree that every council member should get it. But I think what we have an issue right now is there is not agreement on what is confidential. And that's what the policy was originally intended for. So I would be in agreement not to completely drop that. Have the new language, but it still has to be signed for in some way. And if staff can accommodate that somehow electronically by email to try and determine if that's possible. But we could pass it tonight. And so I see Councilmember Ferguson. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I voted to bring this forward without a signature. And I made that clear. You can listen to the audio replay. And I did specifically state before I voted on this, that this would mean no required signature. So there's no required signature in the California Government Code. And we can't have these laws that we make here that are above the California Government Code. Okay. So I would never have supported that item as it is if you're going to add a signature now. So the law doesn't require me to provide my signature. All right, so this is a kind of a bait and switch here on this item, but this entire policy as it is tonight without the signature, again, which the law doesn't require, is fine. There is an item on page 1 I'd like the city attorney to please opine on regarding settlement matters in terms of confidential. Are you specifically just stating the negotiation of settlement, city attorney? Because I know once they're executed, they're public documents for anyone to have.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to clarify, Mayor and Council. The settlement matters, the term negotiating strategies applies to real estate and to settlement matters.
Okay, so
Once
under
the real estate deal is consummated, and once the settlement's approved, then they're no longer confidential.
okay, very good. Well, this item's quite timely because you all know it's National Sunshine Week, which means open government and transparency. And this policy in portal sadly was created just to muzzle me, because I am so transparent and I want people to know the people's business because they're allowed to know. It's their right to know. So I won't be signing anything. I'll be getting the documents in hard copy form. This is really ridiculous that we're going to require any kind of signature now. When we discussed this at length for an hour previously to not require that because the law doesn't require it. I've never exposed anything that should not have been released to the public. In fact, the city attorney knows that. And just because you want to keep things secret as a government entity, you can't. You know, there's a test you have to meet, and polls that are funded by the taxpayers, which is what led to this policy, and which Mayor Ward had proposed at the time, along with censuring me, can't be withheld. You use taxpayer dollars, and it's their right to know. And we've done other surveys at the city when I was here, and we involved the public by publicizing it, letting people know you're going to be getting a call. This is the information. We got the data. We release it. We present it to council, and that's just how it's done. So I know in this policy, it says that council members, you know, the consequences of releasing information that's confidential, there'll be disciplinary action, referral to the grand jury. Well, none of you referred me to the grand jury, well, except from council members Knobloch and Duncan weren't here at the time, but nobody reported me to the DA or filed a court action against me because I did nothing wrong. So this is pretty silly that we're going to violate state law and go back to requiring signatures. I mean, I don't know why we even brought this forward tonight, if that's what council's will is to do tonight. But this was really, I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. Please don't interrupt me. You know the rules. You know the rules. But we just, I just know, I want to finish so I don't lose my train of thought. But this is pretty you know, the whole policy and portal. I can't believe it got this far.
Point of order, and I must take that up.
Pardon?
We have a point of order, and I have to take that up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear. Thank you.
I hear everything Councilmember Ferguson saying. We're rehashing old history at this point. I make a point of order that we move on.
I call for the motion to support the item as proposed.
Okay, so we have a motion for that, but we also have a motion for just proposing it as written, but we're still requiring a signature. I will second that motion. Is there a second to Councilmember Knobloch's motion?
That's my substitute motion. Approve as the government code.
Well, We have two motions. So
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, I feel like I was cut off and I had something more to say.
Motion that we approve the matter as submitted in the staff report.
okay, is there a second to that motion? I'm not hearing a second. All right, so that motion fails for lack of a second. And so we have a first.
But excuse me, Mayor Ward, I couldn't hear. What was the motion, please?
Councilmember Knobloch's motion
Okay.
is to approve it as written.
Oh, yes, I second that motion. Thank you. My
Much.
phone was going, my phone was.
Okay, all right. So let's take the substitute motion first. And that was proposed by Councilmember Knobloch, second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Councilmember Duncan,
No.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember James, or
No.
excuse me, Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
No.
Mayor Ward.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, so now we have a motion by Councilmember Duncan and a second by Mayor Ward to approve it with still requiring council policy of a signature for hard copies. And I guess for any disclosure, right?
We could look into email. Mayor and council, if I could, just to clarify what the motion is. I think it's going to be really important what it says by the signature. As I understand the idea, it's to acknowledge receipt. So received by blank,
Yes.
so
Yes.
that everyone knows that it's been picked up subject to that acknowledgement. Is that the intent of the motion?
Yes, the purpose of, we changed the language, we narrowed it down, we took out a lot of the language that some people might call some kind of a loyalty oath. And we just said the language is the government code, basically.
Right.
It's just an acknowledgement of receipt of that advice.
Receipt, not agreement, not
Yes, yes.
concurrence, just. I
Yes,
got this
exactly.
disclaimer.
It's an
Acknowledgement of
acknowledgement of the advisement.
Thank you.
But excuse me, point of order, but it has to be a signature, correct? It can't be an email acknowledgement. I received that. Thanks for dropping it off at my home. I can't do that. It has to be a signature. Councilmember Dunn?
No, I think it needs to be a signature,
Well,
whichever way.
I would say that you could respond to the email as acknowledging receipt and, put my signature on the form.
That
And-
is a de facto acknowledgement and signature.
Yes, but the
But
electronic version.
listing those
Electronic, yeah.
documents, acknowledging the ones you're getting, I think. If staff would send an email with what those documents are, and then a council member comes back with, yes, I agree and I'm receiving that, then I think as long as it's spelled out,
Yeah, I mean, the
I
email,
could support acknowledge a receipt, electronic acknowledgement of receipt.
yeah. It could even say on the email, if it's delivered, please acknowledge receipt. Then you respond, yes, received, Yeah, please acknowledge receipt of the documents and advisement
and
Or whatever.
advisement,
received.
And
So-
I think it should say the advisement on the email. I think that's,
I understand.
So,
Okay,
Mayor
then
Ward,
it's clear.
If I could ask a question of Councilmember Ferguson. Councilmember Ferguson, I think that's reasonable, don't you?
I went back to that because earlier it wasn't, because Mayor Ward was pushing for the signature. So I thought I would ask again of Councilmember Duncan if he would allow, when the documents are dropped off at my house with my agenda report, like the old days, twice a month, when the documents were just sealed in the envelope. Thank you, Veronica brings them by. Thank you, Veronica, for bringing by the documents. I received them.
okay.
That should be sufficient.
Yeah.
That should be adequate.
Second, then, and that's clarified. It will,
Yeah.
if it's by email, it'll say, these are the documents that you're getting, just kind of a description. And this advisement, and
Yes.
if the council member gets back and says, yes,
Yes,
to that email, that's a response.
yes.
Otherwise, it would just be a signature if you're coming in, picking those up, which I
That-
would be very happy to
That's,
sign.
So
yes,
it's an-
that's,
It's an
that's-
acknowledgement of receipt, can be done writing or electronically.
Yes,
receipt of the advisement though, right? Like,
yes,
And the goal is to get all of us council members having all of the records, and I think this accomplishes it.
okay. So Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye,
Councilmember Ferguson,
I'm going to abstain.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 401, one abstention.
Okay, so the next item for council I have is pulled by the public, and that is item H.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, members of the City Council. My name is Abatement. I'm the manager of the Code Compliance Division and Park Ranger Program. I can start with a brief background on the item, and I can address any questions submitted by the public afterwards. So this is the initiation of the 2021 weed abatement program for the city. The program begins with a resolution attached to your agenda item. And what we're requesting is to begin the program with a notice that is sent out to property owners of vacant and developed but unoccupied properties to inform them that the existence of weeds and rubbish on those properties is a public nuisance and needs to be cleaned up by May 15th. We will come back in May to the first council meeting of that month with a request to go and abate the properties that are not compliant after May 15th. The properties span throughout the city, and they include places like privately owned open space, as well as lots, for example, on El Camino Real, that that may have been occupied as a gas station in the past. They will all be included in this program. The program is specific to private properties. In addition to this work, and this is a side note, There is some budget for the weed abatement contractor to do fire clearance that is required for the city on city controlled properties, and that work is recommended by the Orange County Fire Authority as they regulate items of defensible space. So with that, I will close my presentation. Request that the council approve the resolution attached to the agenda item, and I'm available for any questions.
So, Madam Mayor, I have questions of.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
My concern, not with this, but I have a significant concern with 2 lots on South El Camino Real at Valencia. It's a gateway to the city. Those 2 lots look terrible, and it goes beyond just the weeds. It goes beyond, it goes to the broken asphalt. It goes to broken down fence. It goes to some graffiti on the building. I would really like to focus on those 2 lots. And like I said, Adam, it goes beyond just weeds. Can you address those for me, please?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James, for giving me the opportunity to speak more directly on those. So while the weed abatement program is going to address certain conditions of the property, other conditions that we receive complaints about are dealt with through a code enforcement action. Currently, the lot that was previously occupied by the Top Tune is going through a discretionary review process to redevelop the property. We have a working relationship with the manager of that property, and while I completely understand that its current state is unacceptable, they have had some difficulty scheduling crews to come in and deal with some of the current issues on that site. Those issues are going to be addressed within the next week, and any lingering issues we will continue to work with those property owners on. Ultimately, we're encouraging them to redevelop the property as soon as possible. So we are working with them in a cooperative manner. As far as the lot across the street, across Valencia, that property we have dealt with multiple times. Unfortunately, there's a little bit less that we can do with that property. However, we do address the issues that we get complaints about. So if there are issues with that property that go beyond what we have received complaints about, for example, we typically get complaints about the state of the fence or the landscaping, including the trees on the site. But if there are additional issues that need to be addressed, we are always more than happy to deal with that. With code enforcement, we regulate so many parts of the municipal code that we're not all experts in every single violation, and so we rely on other divisions to inform what is a violation. So when we get a complaint about something, we address that complaint, and there's a chance that we may not, we may not hit every single concern that the public has. So I'm more than happy to look into that further and see what additional work we can do there.
I have a question for you. In regards to those 2 lots, and we all know those 2 lots, could we legally go in and give the owners 30 days to remedy the problems? And if they don't, we go in and we fix the problem and put a lien on that property. Is that legally allowed?
Yeah, that's possible to do, yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, Cecilia Gardo Daly can give you a better update on both of those properties as they stand with applicants
A
currently.
gooder one?
A better
He
one.
started and he changed it. So,
I have a question, Madam Mayor, if I
yes, and before you do that, Councilmember James, can you make sure you speak into your mic?
I will.
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Knopf.
Mr. City Manager, has the Economic Development Director contacted the owner of these properties? Do we have any contact with them to say, what can we do to help you develop your property? What are you doing and what are your plans and so forth?
I think once you hear from Cecilia, the update on what the applicants want to do for those sites, that'll answer your question, council member.
There's been no contact like that today.
No, but to Cecilia's point, they're in the application process for both of those sites.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, members of the council, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. We actually have an active application in process for the Top Tune site. So we have a proposal to construct a new 2-story commercial building, which would be a restaurant with outdoor dining proposed on the ground floor and 2nd-story office on the 2nd floor. That proposal was last at the Design Review Subcommittee. They just recently resubmitted their project last week. If all of the Design Review Subcommittee issues have been addressed, we'll be ready to schedule that project for Planning Commission. So that's pretty exciting. And then for the lot across the street on the corner of South El Camino Real and Valencia, we have a development application in for a proposed 3-story mixed-use project consisting of some residential apartments and some commercial square footage. They came in last summer in August of 2020 with a preliminary application to try and understand the issues and the development standards that would apply. We issued that letter to them shortly after that. So I understand in talking with a representative for the developer that they're just trying to work out some of the density issues related to the number of residential units. But I believe they're anxious to move forward with that project as well.
Are there environmental issues on both pieces of property?
There would have to be some remediation or some underground testing done. Whenever it depends on the type of use that's proposed. If it's residential on a former gas station site, there's more remediation that's required. If it's not residential, there's less, but I suspect there'll be some testing and some remediation required.
So this is all well and good, but this is all things well into the future. And I would like to see some resolution to this in the immediate future, like 30 days from now. How will that impact the development that we have, potential development we have at those sites?
So my understanding in talking with Adam is that those 2 properties are on the weed abatement list. So if the property owners don't clean up those properties and remove weeds and debris, our cleanup contractor will. And that has no impact on the projects moving forward on those 2 sites.
What about fixing the fences? Both fences, they're falling down.
So both of those properties have active code compliance cases on them. The Top Tune site has been an active case for quite a while. And as I mentioned, the property owners have been active in trying to redevelop that property for a while. And they've been responsive to our requests to clean up issues at the property while they work on these development applications. The other property, we got a complaint about at the end of February. And so that's that's a newer case for us right now, but it is actively being dealt with by code compliance.
So here's what I don't want to spend a lot of time, any more time talking about this evening, but on those 2 pieces of property, when we meet on April the 6th, can council have a report, an update on those 2 pieces of property? And at that point, if it's not satisfactory, I would make a motion that the city goes in and resolves all the issues there and put a lien on those properties. Can I have support of the council on that?
So, City Manager, how would we agendize
Well,
that?
I think no, I'm clarifying, Mayor Pro Tem. So it looks like you have a second from Councilmember Knobloch.
I do.
So we would agendize, just pursuant to our policy, the discussion item at the next council meeting, and code compliance and or Cecilia Gardo Daly would give an update to the council based on that. And at that time, the council could give staff direction as the next step.
And if the city attorney could come prepared based on what he knows at the time, prepared with a plan on how we can resolve this through legal matters.
With an
And I, and,
Action plan, thank you.
and I know this will already be something that's being done by Abatement, but we'll talk to Matt Silver from Silver and Wright, who deals with our code compliance nuisance abatement cases in advance of that April 6th meeting as well.
And I would support that, and I would add, and if it's needed, because then we have three, I don't know if we need it, but photographs of the property so that we can actually see what it looks like and what it looked like previously to make that comparison.
Not a problem. I would then just say, since you want to give staff direction, it would probably be more appropriate to take a vote so we have clear direction.
Okay, so
I
can
would-
you
I
just
would
wait
make
wait one moment? I want to ask a question real quick. So Councilmember James, if we're talking about the one property that I think we are, where all the screening is down, would it, so that we have direction for Mr. Atamian, if the property owner was to retie the screening up for now, because I'm thinking, Mr. Atamian, while this is under construction, isn't it required to have construction screening around it anyway? So this needs to be maintained?
Typically, yes, but that would be a determination by the building official. The fencing around the Top Tune site was a result of a project that they initiated. It was vapor extraction to clean up the underground soil to prepare the property for future development.
Okay.
And that fencing has simply remained.
Okay, so I would like that with that project to review whether that fencing is adequate for the project. Because it seems like they're gonna have to put screening up anyway, and maybe they're gonna have to
Rebuild the fence.
redo some of that if they can't tie it back up. I think probably what's happening is they know a project's coming, so they're just not taking care of it at all. And I think that's what Councilmember James is talking about.
That's exactly right.
But I would add too that as of today, there are temporary signs advertising things on both properties. So if you could just check that out.
Madam
But
Mayor, if I
go ahead.
could, just one
Yes.
more suggestion for council, or for staff, excuse me. I hope Cecilia or someone reaches out to the applicant, and lets them know that not only is this an eyesore, but we don't want them to perceive that this enforcement action is any reflection on our view on their application moving forward.
Absolutely.
So I can see where they might get that opinion. Gosh, we've applied, now they're hammering us with these. So just let them know that property simply needs to be cleaned up, but
Understood.
we encourage them to continue with their plans to, move forward.
And to the contrary, I think, and I'm sure you're doing this, Cecilia, but we want those plans to move forward as expeditiously as possible through our staff. And that includes the Tommy's property as well, because that's kind of adjacent. So that whole gateway, I envision really moving to a whole new phase. I look forward to that, and agree with Councilmember Noblick that we don't want to do anything to hamper that. We want to help that process, but we want it to look decent in the meantime.
That's why I clarified the fencing, the need and being able to fix it. So, all right, so they have direction. Do we need, we have a motion and a second for, actually a third for a staff report. Do you need a vote on
I
that?
think we should vote for it since we want to be compliant with the policy, Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Okay, so now back to the matter at hand. Is there a
And
motion?
excuse me, Madam Mayor, we do
Yes.
have a couple comments on
Oh.
weed abatement in general.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and do that.
This comment is from Bonnie Barnes, Rancho San Clemente Association Board President. Honorable Mayor and council members, please take this opportunity to update the weed abatement program to address state laws PRC 4291 and GOV 51182 effective January 1st, 2010. OCFA presented these mandates at the Fire Authority's regional workshop on January 22nd, 2020. These laws, in effect for over 10 years, apply to weed abatement for fire prevention of structures and buildings located in grass and brushland areas in very severe high fire hazard zones such as Rancho San Clemente's open space along the ridge line. Here, the city constructed the Ridge Line Road to provide, one, the sole vehicular access to and from city utilities and ever-growing numbers of telecommunication businesses, and two, public recreational hiking and biking. Since the city maintains the Ridgeline Road and controls the utilities, private businesses, and recreational use of the road, under PRC 4291, the city is required to perform weed abatement to maintain a 100-foot defensible space around the structures and buildings. For example, PRC 4291A applies to the city property along the Ridgeline Road at 721 Salvador, which is loaded with water towers, buildings, and telecommunication structures. PRC 4291 requires the city to maintain a defensible zone of 100 feet around all of the structures and buildings, even though the 100-foot zone extends into RSCCA's natural open space area. Therefore, this notice hereby serves as written consent for the city to enter upon RSCCA property to perform the weed abatement associated with 721 Salvador and for weed abatement along the Ridgeline Road in accordance with PRC 4291A, paragraph 2. Likewise, GOV 51182A addresses maintenance of 100-foot weed abatement zones around residential dwellings and structures. Owners are required to maintain the zone around their home with written consent from adjacent landowners if the zone area extends onto their property. Please include compliance with the reference state laws in the weed abatement program. And that's all for public comments on this item.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Tamian, can you, our weed abatement, we're following OCFA and fire guidelines, is that correct?
As far as the item in front of you, that does not take into consideration OCFA's recommended fire clearance that the city is responsible for. That work is done by the weed abatement contractor under a separate budget line item that is handled outside of this process. The lots that are being referenced are in the weed abatement program. What I believe Ms. Barnes is getting at is that the clearance of the weeds on those properties should be the city's responsibility because there are weeds within 100 feet of particular structures such as the Bridge Route Trail. However, the work that is covered under the weed abatement program is for private property owners to take care of, and that is in relation to the areas that she's talking about are on private property. And in the past, I believe this issue has come up, and the city has declined to cover those costs. In this year's program, there would be a clearance if they're not done by the property owners, and then before billing occurs, there's a public hearing for property owners to dispute bills provided to property owners. But this program is not related to actual defensible space requirements. It's related to the existence of weeds and rubbish on privately owned property.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So council, I'll entertain a motion for resolution.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution number 21-06 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, pursuant to section 39561 and 39562 of the Government Code declaring weeds, rubbish, refuse, and dirt upon streets, sidewalks, parkways, and private property to be public nuisances and providing for the abatement thereof."
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
I need help. My battery's dying. This extension cord's not working.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson, can you mute? Thank you.
Sorry, my battery's dying on me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Good. All right, where are we in the vote?
You.
You.
I'm an aye.
Okay, that
Thank you
carries
very much.
5-0. The next item is contract award legislative advocacy services, and we do have a comment on this item.
All right, let's hear the comment.
This comment is from Christina, no last name provided. I'm extremely concerned that council members are approving a contract with a lobbyist for an exorbitant amount of money when there is no accountability. This is a very irresponsible and unjustified use of taxpayer money. That's all for public comments.
All right, so that item is closed. Is there any council comments or a motion?
I have some comments, Mayor Ward, if I may. Pardon me, my extension cord broke on me and I have to now sit close to this plug, so pardon my angle here. This was the contract for the Apria and Michelli lobbyist, and I wanted to address this tonight for a couple of reasons. One, the contract, which is $180,000 a year being presented, wasn't attached to the agenda report. So the council and the public doesn't know what's in that. Very similar to 4 contracts that were approved back in November that also weren't attached. So it's really not wise to be approving anything without reviewing a contract. It doesn't make any rational sense to do so without actually seeing what the terms are, the scope of services, what's going to be done. And I also wanted to note that the agenda report on this item is very light on, in fact, it's empty, missing any details of about what performance this lobbyist has actually done for us. And I want to note, as a council member, I never hear from this lobbyist, and no memos, no updates. Don't ever hear of any meetings. I know that an agenda in which the city attorney and their interim city manager had met with this lobbyist actually included me on there as a topic of discussion, linking to a Voice of OC article on censure, which was odd. But I want the public to know that I didn't support this $180,000 contract when it came to city council in February of 2019. In fact, previous to 2019, this lobbyist had been paid $60,000 a year. And at that meeting, I had asked the then city manager why this contract was increasing, was tripling. And he had mentioned something about the housing element, but really nothing else. There was no new scope of services, not doing anything different. And it was very odd to not have that. But that said, we tell people all the time that come to the city in my couple years on council, for instance, with the the lighting at the skate court, the group, the Skate Park Coalition raised $50,000 towards the lighting to help. And Little League presented a $100,000 check to us for the fields, which these are public assets. And, people shouldn't have to be fundraising, yet we're giving out $180,000 to a lobbyist we never even hear from. And I know that I guess I hear that this lobbyist does some work regarding the toll road, but that's what we have our state legislatures for. And I am aware that Senator Bates' office does interact with Mr. Apria, who's a lobbyist. So why are we paying twice? And it's also important to note how much we do pay. This lobbyist does apparently do something regarding the toll road. He provides invoices to us, like the other 4 consultants that also do something regarding the toll road. Again, I never hear from the other 4 consultants that are apparently doing something regarding the toll road. Their invoices to the city don't include any
summary. And I'm not talking confidential information, does not have to be on invoices, but you all know I work for a city, and there's particular consultants or a lobbyist in Washington, for instance, that the city I work at pays a retainer every month, but that person is still required to list out bullet points of what that person did. It's not a blank invoice just says retainer $4,000 or $5,000 or $3,000. It's specific in terms of, you know, again, not confidential information, giving away any strategies or tactics we're using. But let's say, for instance, this Mr. Aprea, his invoice could say, an example, hypothetical, had 5 calls with OCTA, or had 6 meetings with the interim city manager and attorney, but we don't know. And as council members, we should know. We should know what they're doing for this money. And combined, including the 4 consultants that do something with the toll road last November, in which I voted no. Again, no contracts, didn't know what they do, didn't even know if maybe an RFP should be issued to see if they could do something better. Totals $528,000 every year. That's with the 5 contracts. It's over $500,000. And I know we could do a lot with that money, including paying down the unfunded pension liabilities, additional to what we already pay. I mean, or using that money for more deputies. So there's so much we could be doing with that money. And now with the progress that has been made with the TCA board, in which our council members, or Mayor Pro Tem James and Mayor Ward sit on, we made some progress with eliminating the destructive routes that were being considered coming through town. So anyway, on that note, I just can't support this tonight. And if anything, I would recommend it being tabled till the public can see what the contract looks like, and same with council. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Ward. if I can.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So first off, let's talk about progress we're making. We're not making any progress right now. The TCA has voted to oppose Pat Bates's legislation. As far as representation in the state assembly, we don't have any representation in the state assembly. Lori Davies is not a friend of this city, and is a big friend of the TCA. So, and you only have to look at who her chief of staff is to have significant concerns about how she views San Clemente. In regards to the other 4 lobbyists, consultants, whatever, Councilmember Ferguson, I think you're onto something. I think we do have to review their effectiveness and what they're accomplishing for the money that we're paying them. And I think at the conclusion of this discussion, this is one of the things we should direct city staff to do, to provide a report for us on April 6th, or whether it's April 20th, on exactly what they're accomplishing. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Now, having been involved with Mr. Aprea basically on a weekly basis, I do see what he's accomplishing. I do see the information he's providing us, the intelligence he's providing us. I do see how he's coordinating with members of the state legislature. To your point that we don't see what I think you're a very fair point. Maybe we do need to have some sort of check and balance, some sort of accountability, that Mr. Aprea provides a monthly report to the city manager. I have no problem with that. That monthly report will need to be a confidential document. Would you agree that it would need to be it could be a confidential document?
Me?
Yes.
For us to review but
yes.
I don't support having this lobbyist. I don't see the need. I'm sorry, but so I think that all along he should have been providing that to us, but I'm not going to support this because I just don't see the need at this time. I mean, I don't. So I don't feel a need to go forward with that. But confidential document, if he's going to share strategy and all that, of course, and tactics that they use, absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem James. But
We have
at the very least, excuse me, I'm sorry, at the very least, we should have at least bullet points of what he's been up to or they've been up to.
So I will be supporting this. I agree, we may need to tweak it. But be assured that this, Mr. Aprea is playing a critical part in keeping the TCA out of our city. To say that we're making progress and to say they're no longer a danger does a disservice to this city, because they are. And we need to continue to fight them. And Mr. Aprea is part of that fight. But I agree, we need accountability. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, would you agree that as part of our budget review that we're doing, that we all look at, these contracts and give staff until that time
I agree.
to review those and how we're going to get updates on those? Because as Councilmember Ferguson said, the city she works for does have lobbyists. I'm not sure anything they have in Washington is the subject of litigation as ours. And that's why.
So
we're
I
keeping it
think
confidential.
Councilmember Ferguson brings up good points. We need to take those points under advisement. And I think they're valid. And as we get into the budget process, I think we need to justify under what I always talk about, zero-based budgeting. And we need to justify each one of those four.
Okay, no, I think that's good for a review. I just think it should be at that time. So I would ask a question of the city manager. Does Mr. Prea work for free? Is he a nonprofit where he works for our senators up in Sacramento?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so there was a comment made that Pat Bates already is able to consult with him, but she's able to do that because he has a contract. And she has 2 bills right now that are protecting San Clemente's open space and stopping a toll road through San Clemente.
And Madam Mayor, I just spoke with Senator Bates just last week about Mr. Aprea, and she assured me that he is critical to our fight against the toll road.
Okay, and I know that is supported by our residents, and you have a toll road subcommittee, and we are getting updates, and we're giving the updates to the council. So we are updating the council on the work that's being done. So I'll entertain a motion for item I.
Just 1 second. So I'll make a motion to approve and authorize the city manager to execute contract C21-09 by and between the city of San Clemente and Aprea and Michelle, providing for legislative advocacy services for 1-year term for amount not to exceed $180,000 with the option to renew the contract for 1 additional year. Funds are budgeted in the other professional services account 001-203-43690-000-0000. Funding for the future terms will be subject to approval through annual budget process.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Duncan.
Under discussion, is this appropriate
Yes,
time?
yes, go ahead.
On this matter, I appreciate the comments that have been made, and I have a little trouble approving this contract for a couple of reasons. Number one, the agenda item doesn't have any information whatsoever for me. I personally don't have any specific information about Aprea and Mitchell. I appreciate that they've been doing a good job. I hope they have, and I hope during the term of their contract, they continue to do that. But I have zero information. I noticed on my email about 15 minutes before, I noticed about 15 minutes before we went into closed session earlier that a contract had been forwarded to me. I assume it was the contract, this contract. I don't know, but I assume it was. But my feeling on our use of consultants is that we really, in my opinion, are excessive in our use of consultants, both in Washington and Sacramento. We've got 5 Sacramento contracts. They've been addressed. They need to be addressed. And I agree with the comments that have been made. I think our legislative staff, our legislators can represent us. I don't have the level of, I don't have the level of concern that Jean has regarding our assemblywoman. But I think she's done a good job, and Pat Bates obviously has been a champion for us on the toll road issue, and I commend her for that. I think we need to rely more on our legislators and more on our ability to communicate. Even the League of Cities has information on legislative issues that address us in Washington and Sacramento. So because there's no information at all on this agenda sheet, I don't even know how long their contract goes, if it goes another week or another month or another 6 weeks. I hope it extends a while out so we can get into the budget process and reconsider this. So Madam Mayor, because of those concerns, I appreciate what I hear they've done, but I'm just unable to support this at this time.
Okay, thank you. So Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, and so I understand that's the end of our consent calendar. We're going into public hearings. Can the council just take a 5-minute break?
Good idea.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, so we're back from recess. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Yes, under public hearings is specific plan amendment 20-393, removal of toll road references. And when you are ready to open the public hearing, we have a few comments.
All right, so council, can we hear the public comments first?
Certainly.
All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing.
Okay, the first comment is from Don Urbanek. This work is being brought forward at this time concurrent with the County of Orange's decision and the city's pending decision to replace the SR 241 extension with an extension of Los Patrones Parkway as a county arterial and regional transportation master plans. Don't approve this. It is a fraud upon the public. It is a matter of public record that the TCA paid for Los Patrones Parkway. Caltrans oversaw the design and construction of Los Patrones Parkway. Los Patrones Parkway is built to toll road specifications. Los Patrones Parkway is a toll road as it has always been designated. Staff's recommendation number 1 makes material misrepresentations to the public. Quote, CEQA applies only to projects that have the potential for causing significant effect on the environment, end quote. Quote, environmental review is unnecessary, end quote. This whole process has been a fraud upon the California taxpayer, and the rights of San Clemente residents have been trampled. The project is being built in segments for the express purpose of avoiding environmental review. The TCA was denied wastewater discharge permit to construct any toll road south of Oso Parkway 5 separate times by multiple government agencies who stated, quote, impacts would be permanent, irreversible, and for the most part, unmitigatable. No other alternative alignment poses the threat of unmitigatable and irrevocable impacts of such magnitude. The entities that concluded this were the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, the California Coastal Commission, and the United States Secretary of Commerce. The 401 wastewater discharge permit that was granted to Rancho Mission Viejo, a private entity, was to construct Los Patrones Parkway, originally designated F Street, a collector road designed to connect Cow Camp Road to Tesoro Creek Road, Tesoro High School's driveway, and terminate at Oso Parkway Bridge. The purpose of the road was to provide a second entrance and exit to Tesoro High School. Separately, and approximately 800 feet farther to the east is the State Route 241 North that was to permanently terminate at the Oso Parkway Bridge. Rancho Mission Viejo defrauded the United States Department of the Interior when it made material misstatements of fact in order to get a minor amendment to its SPL permit to shift the alignment of F Street. The entire project is a fraud. Anyone who has participated in this should be investigated and criminally prosecuted. How does the TCA justify paying for a private road? Wouldn't that be defrauding their bondholders? The TCA, Caltrans, the County of Orange, RMV are violating the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act. This project should be stopped immediately. Next comment is from Martina, no last name provided. Good evening, Council. Please review or explain this item to the citizens before you vote on the issue. I understand that the city sent out a letter of support in regards to the environmental study that should have preceded the planning and development of the Los Patrones Parkway extension. I also understand that the council will consider rescinding the letter at a future date. It appears that the Planning Commission has concluded that an environmental study is unnecessary. Does this mean that the planning and construction of the LPPE will begin as soon as the imminent funding from the OCTA comes through? If there isn't going to be an environmental study, then why not rescind the letter of support as it's been used to give the impression that the city and its citizens support the LPPE? Thank you. Next comment is from Amanda Quintanilla. Dear council members, there are problems with resolution titled Specific Plan Amendment 20-393 to remove toll road references. It appears to be a simple task to do to remove outdated toll road references. But it does more than that, because it also includes new plans involving the Los Patrones Parkway that Rancho Mission Viejo wants to build as an arterial highway. The Los Patrones Parkway is a separate issue, and it should not be included in this resolution. This makes this resolution a convoluted mess that includes references to previous plans regarding the State Route 241. It also mentions previous projects that state that there is no need for environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The resolution clearly states that, quote, "This work is being brought forward at this time, concurrent with the County of Orange's decision and the city's pending decision to replace the SR 241 extension with an extension of Los Patrones Parkway as a county arterial and regional transportation master plans." This resolution definitely is an example of muddying the waters when the public truly needs transparency. This resolution should be streamlined if the real intent of this resolution is just to remove, quote, "outdated toll road references," end quote. Right now, it's being viewed as a complete breach of public trust. I implore you to vote no on this resolution. And that concludes public comments. So
Right.
if you'd like to
I will
the
close the public hearing. I'm sorry, Laura, did you have one?
No.
Okay,
No comment.
I will close the public hearing. Who do we have to speak on this? Chris?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Chris, can you just give a thumbnail sketch of what we're doing here and why this is being brought up now?
Yeah, so this is the second phase of a project to remove references to the toll roads in State Route 241. The council last month had approved general plan amendments to achieve that objective, and this is the second and remaining phase of that effort. It is only limited to amendments to the Marblehead Coastal Civic Plan, the Rancho San Clemente Civic Plan, and Talega Civic Plan to remove references to toll roads in the State Route 241. That's the entire scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, is there any comments or questions?
I just have one question.
Yes,
And
Councilmember
I
Noblad.
appreciate this item, removing all reference to the toll road. My question is, we're addressing it by silence. I was wondering if we need an affirmative statement of any kind to go in to say any reference, any thought, suggestion, references is specifically prohibited. I know we've got lawsuits to that effect, and many other activities to that effect. I just wonder if it adds any value in this document.
I don't know that it's a terrible idea. I'm looking for the resolution.
I didn't
We could
find
maybe
any-
get it
any
in
negative
the,
comments. I just wondered. Sometimes the silence in a doc, we've got so many documents that address that. I don't know that it's necessary, just a
okay.
question.
No, it's good for a public comment. The council actually, back in December of 2017, said that in the wake of the decision that the 241 made in 2016 to abandon the segment below us and the settlement with the environmentalists, that we actually initiated to remove all reference in our general plan to the 241 extension to Interstate 5 south of San Clemente. We've all, including with the county, have been holding out for that and had it in all our general plans and circulation elements. And those have all been removed. So we're just being consistent with that. We're also bringing forward, because of the County of Orange's decision and our city decision to replace the 241 extension with the Los Patrones Parkway as a county arterial in regional transportation master plans. When we do zoning amendments, we're going to also make sure that our general plan aligns with those decisions. So that's what we're doing today. I don't think it's convoluted. I think it's been pretty clear to everyone that Los Patrones Parkway extension has been supported and approved. And it will replace any need for a 241 extension.
Yeah.
So is there any other thing that staff could bring out? I think the staff report was good.
I have a question, Mayor Ward, if I may have staff.
Ferguson.
Yes, staff, about some of the concerns noted tonight with the speakers, public speakers. Can you talk to the environmental, and why is this resolution in the specific plan amendments with the 3 various communities? Now, why is that exempt from any environmental review?
Yes, so staff and the planning commission is recommending the city council find that it's exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. Really, these are cleanup items to remove references to the toll road. It does not include the scoping of development or requiring any changes to previously approved and certified environmental studies. So it's consistent with the general plan environmental impact report. So that is how the determination is supported by staff.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Additional follow-up to that, though, what would be the impact to this resolution tonight if it was delayed in terms of voting on it tonight and streamlined, as one of the speakers had recommended, to exclude LPPE, the Los Patronos Parkway Extension, right, and just focus on the specific site amendments, site plan amendments in this resolution, and remove, of course, those alternatives that were previously considered for a toll road, and then just remove LPPE altogether? What would be the impact to doing that?
Yeah, so in last month, the city council had approved general plan amendments that included the addition of the Los Patronos Parkway extension in the general plan roadway system map. Staff would recommend, if those changes are desired by the council, to reevaluate that item. This is really a separate matter because it's really limited to removing references to toll roads, and limited to the specific plan itself.
Okay, I guess you've answered my question, but if it's limited to the specific plan amendments, right, for the 3 communities, Marblehead Coastal, Rancho San Clemente, and Talega, and we're removing the references to the toll road alignments through town, how come we couldn't not mention LPPE in this document? I guess I'm not getting the clarity I'm looking for on that. I just want to make sure that we address that concern, because that's a pretty big concern that was addressed tonight in the comments.
Councilmember Ferguson, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. The LPPE is not a part of these amendments to the specific plans. So these amendments are strictly limited to just removing references to the toll road. There is no, we didn't substitute or add language into these amendments that call out or substitute the LPPE. That is not a part of this general plan amendment that's before you.
Okay, then that answers my question. That's separate and unique on its own then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Cecilia.
Ready to make a motion?
Yes, so go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I make a motion that we determine a review of the project has been completed according to the California Environmental Quality Act, and find SPA 20-393 does not constitute a project subject to CEQA, state CEQA guidelines 15060, subdivision C2-3, 15378A, B5, SPA 20-393 is exempt from CEQA's common sense exemption. State CEQA guidelines 15061, subdivision B3, and even if SPA 20393 were a non-exempt project subject to CEQA environmental review, is unnecessary under Public Resources Code Section 2116 and State CEQA Guidelines Section 15162. For reasons described in the resolution, attachment 1 to the administrative report dated March the 16th, 2021, which is on file with the city clerk. 2, adopt resolution number 2107 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving specific plan amendment 20-393, removal of references to State Route 241 toll road extension in the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, Rancho San Clemente Specific Plan, and Talega Specific Plan, and making associated CEQA findings."
Second,
That was a mouthful.
Yes, motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And excuse me, Madam Clerk, just for discussion, City Manager, in our last toll road town hall that we did, didn't we discuss the Los Patrones Parkway and how it was built? I'm trying to remember.
That is
what-
correct, Mayor. We also, if you recall, we had our Public Works Director, Tom Vonnegut, provide a presentation on the specifications and the differences between a toll road and arterial.
Right, but what I'm interested in is I heard a comment in public comments that that Los Patrones Parkway was built to Caltrans standards. That is a misconception, and it was carried by a lot of people for a long time, but we found out that it is not.
That is
It is
correct.
built to county arterial standards.
That is
only.
correct.
with a
And it
six,
was recently changed, I think, by the county, that they downgraded that some of the connections to that arterial, some of the streets, because the traffic is less than what was originally intended.
Correct, which is reflected in the master plans and arterial highway.
Right.
that
Hey,
was-
Mayor Ward, if I may, please.
that was
Thanks. On that, I just wanted to mention that I did ask that question of one of the engineers at the March 2nd meeting, I believe, because I thought that was the case, that it wasn't built to any of the specifications of the Caltrans standards for highways. And the answer was not entirely. There are some specifications that are highway specific standards that are included. So I wanted to clarify that. And that's on the last meeting that we had.
Right, so
I have a
maybe there
question.
might be portions, but they've been downgraded by the county and the master plan of arterial highways.
I have a question for Mr. Vonnegut.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Vonnegut, a toll road requires 150 feet across. What is it?
165.
165, and this is being built at 100 feet across. Is that correct? Or am I close?
Yeah, you're generally correct that the right of way for the proposed Los Patrones extension would be an arterial right of way width, which is much narrower than a state highway width.
That's my only question.
No, thank you. And thank you, Steph. I just wanted to clarify that. So any member of the public that would like more details on that could go back to our website on the town hall that we did for Los Patrones Parkway. Madam Clerk, our next item.
Next item is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning annual tree maintenance contract. And we do have a few comments on.
All right, so let's hear the public comments first.
First comment is from Jim, no last name provided. This item must be reconsidered with new community-minded council members who are more responsible and compassionate towards San Clemente businesses during these disastrous COVID times. Why would council remove local jobs and use taxpayer money to pay a company in Anaheim? Why would they not support a San Clemente business to serve San Clemente? The whole town knows that Rod's Tree Service is and always has been committed to the community far beyond the tree service, with dedicated tireless hours and funds to support everything San Clemente, as well as servicemen and women at Camp Pendleton, our military. The community will never see this from West Coast Arborists, and it is horrifying as a resident to see tax dollars diverted from a San Clemente business to one in Anaheim. Please don't do this. The next comment is from Patrick Mahoney, President of West Coast Arborists. Dear Honorable Mayor and members of the San Clemente City Council, we are excited to be recommended for award of contract at this evening's City Council meeting for the city's tree maintenance services project. During the past 4 months, our firm has had the privilege of working for the city of San Clemente under an interim purchase order. In this brief time, We have successfully responded to tree-related emergencies and other various tasks, including the straightening of the existing date palm trees at Ole Hansen Beach Club. West Coast Arborist is a reputable local family-owned business who began providing tree maintenance management services to public agencies back in 1972. Through the years, we've proven to be an industry leader in the tree care profession, now serving over 300 public agencies, assisting them with their tree maintenance programs. Our knowledge and care to keep our local urban forests healthy and thriving in a safe manner has earned us the prestigious Tree Care Industry Association, TCIA accreditation. This program is a rigorous audit and examination of a company's policies and procedures and acts as a seal of approval for customers like San Clemente. Our company keeps safety as its top priority with specialized safety programs for work environments that helps prevent injuries to employees and damage to surrounding areas. Due to the negative fiscal impact created by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, cities are facing reduced revenue streams that will eventually affect city services. Our firm is sensitive to these financial constraints confirmed by our proposal cost, which is about $344,000 less than Rod's tree service over the term of the contract. However, we remain committed to providing professional and superior tree care regardless of the city's budget. As a contracted service provider, we consider ourselves partners in your city's success, and we are committed to provide gold standard tree care without compromise. We look forward to serving the citizens of San Clemente. The next comment is from Rod's Tree Service. On behalf of our family, as well as our employees and their families, we want to thank you for allowing us to serve as your tree maintenance contractors for the past 40 plus years. It's been our honor to serve and care for the same trees our grandfather planted decades ago. San Clemente has been home to 3 generations of Rod Tree Service owners and employees, and the work we have done here has been done with the utmost respect and devotion for our city. We've enjoyed every second of getting to know San Clemente residents and city staff, some of whom have watched us grow up and start families of our own here in town. We have loved volunteering at city events, mingling with the very people we have served. From every honk we have gotten while doing the palm trees in El Camino Real to every wave received while servicing the trees on the beach trail, we have loved being a part of keeping our hometown safe and beautiful. In the past 3 council meetings that the tree contract has been discussed, we received over 100 residents' comments writing in support of Rod's Tree Service, pleading to keep our San Clemente-based business contracted within the city of San Clemente. Again, we are awed at the support that we've received from all of you. This San Clemente community is our family, and we will continue to be your local family-run tree service. Keep honking and waving when you see our trucks around town. San Clemente is not just the birthplace of Rod's Tree Service, but home to our employees, our grandparents, our parents, and now our own families. It's been a privilege to serve you, our San Clemente community, for the past 4 decades as the tree maintenance contractors for the city of San Clemente. Thank you for all of your love and support. It's meant the world to all of us at Rod's Tree Service. Sincerely, Richard Rodriguez, Matthew Garcia, and Jason Garcia, Rod's Tree Service. And our final comment is from Patricia Rascone. After having bid this project 3 times, CIFAC would like to applaud the city for doing the right thing in its staff recommendation to award the annual tree maintenance contract to the apparent low bidder, West Coast Arborists Incorporated. We are pleased that the city is following proper procedures to ensure fair bidding opportunities. And that's all I have for public comments.
All right. So we'll close the public comments on that.
I have a
Is-
question. Yes,
Go
I have a
ahead,
question
Mayor
for
Pro
the
Tem.
city attorney. City attorney, do you have the correspondence we received threatening litigation against us?
Yeah, it was attached to tonight's agenda.
Could
Closed
you-
session item
could you-
F.
Are we allowed to discuss it in open session?
Not the risk associated with that threat. I'm just able, I wouldn't recommend that, let's say.
Okay, then. But we can say we've been threatened with litigation.
Yeah, and we can say that when you redo a bid this many times, deviating from the recommended course is risky.
And it's not only are we getting it from the West Coast Arborists, but we're also getting correspondence from this Builders Industrial
Trade Association.
Trade Association. I got to tell you, I really feel like West Coast Arborists and their minions have put us up against the wall. I resent it. I don't know how we're going to vote tonight, but it's a shame. You know, who's going to do the barbecue for the 2-4 Marines? Who's going to do all the philanthropy? Excuse me, I screwed that word up. It's hard talking through here. Who's going to do all the great deeds that Rods has done over the years? I'm disappointed where we're at. I probably have a few questions for the Director of Public Works. And sir, Mr. Bonnigan, so when I look at page 2 of the agenda report for tonight, oh no, excuse me, the agenda report for September the 1, there was some ratings done, West Coast Arborists, United Pacific Services, and Rod's Tree Service. So we get the rater and the average. Can you, how many different criteria were there, and what was the criteria listed?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem James. So we had 6 or 7 criteria that made up the evaluation, and I'm going to see it's in the packet here. I'm going to try and find where that is so you can see it. And the proposal, it's in the proposal, and I'm going to look for the page number, but there were 6 or 7 criteria that had weighting factors, and those went out with the request for proposals so that prospective proposers would know in advance the basis of the evaluation that would be conducted. And if you bear with me, I'll see if I can point that out. That would be on page of your, I'm referring now to the overall numbering of the staff report. It would be page 8A-26. There's a table at the bottom that has the evaluation criterion and the weighting factors. And that's what the evaluators used in coming up with their individual scores and then their total average scores.
For the benefit of those watching at home, can you read that for us, please?
Sure, I'll be happy to. So in order from top to bottom on the table, we had a criterion for adequate knowledge of local conditions with a maximum point score of 10, experience of key project staff with a maximum point score of 15 for that criterion, staff resources and capability, maximum points of 15, overall work plan and approach to the contract, maximum points of 10, project experience, maximum points of 20, and cost proposal 30 points for a total score that could be achieved of 100.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very good questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions of staff? Member Ferguson.
I do, thank you. I have one of Mr. Sund. Mr. Sund, the work that West Coast Arborist has performed on an interim basis to date, has that come in within budget or under budget?
So Councilmember Ferguson, I, under my authority, issued a $25,000 emergency contract / purchase order for as needed tree services. The reason we're bringing this tonight before the council is because we are coming up upon that $25,000 amount. So we will not have any more contractual authority to utilize tree services. So.
Oh, no, I understand that. I guess I meant to be more specific with my question. Did you, for the work that they performed, did they give you a quote or a bid, I assume, of what it was going to cost for the work that they went out to accomplish? Rather than just the blanket 25,000, did they tell you what they were going to do and give you an estimate of what it would cost? And did it come in within their projected budget for that?
I could answer that if I may, Councilmember Ferguson. So there wasn't defined, because it was an as-needed contract, it was based on their rates. But as we approved work, it was in advance. So if we had an emergency tree service, we got an estimate of what that would be, so we would have an idea. So, and then it was charged according to the rates that were agreed upon. And so we had like individual mini jobs that in cumulative are approaching the $25,000 maximum.
Okay, so you were satisfied with that?
Yes, in fact, I had to approve every one of those work items myself.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's answers my question. And then of the city attorney, I just wanted to know, Scott, did you expend any, did you bill the city any legal costs outside of your $40,000 a month retainer for any of the efforts over the last, say, 8 months with this back and forth on the contract?
No, this was all done as part of the general consideration by the council that you've been privy to, council member.
Okay, so it's all under your no additional funds then we paid. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we're under council discussion then. So Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate, I'll say it really quick. I appreciate your comments. I have to say, you know, the people of Rod's Tree Service have done a great service for our city, and I love each and every single one of them. I didn't like getting a letter from the contracting association. I thought that wasn't necessary because our city has always done well with contracting, and we always follow our recommendations. As what happened after September, you know, when we didn't approve, you know, the bid. It's sad, you know, that people are saying that we're trying to not support local businesses, because that is so absolutely not true of anyone in this city or the council. But I simply can't, I'm not allowed to pay taxpayer money, $344,000 more over a 5-year period than another contractor. I simply cannot do that for the same job. So that's just my comment. So Councilmember Noblock, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a couple of concerns overall with the city's tree policy. A couple things come to mind initially is we have a lot of trees in town that are on very, very, very narrow parkways and are allowed to grow 50, 60 feet tall, like telephone poles, which are very dangerous. Every time the wind blows or we have a major rainstorm, it's a major event to pick up the branches and the significant trunks that have fallen. Another concern that I have is that the city currently has zero policy on city trees that block our citizens' view. You know, we're a unique town. We pride ourselves on the ocean. We love and have a premium on ocean views. And currently, we can have a city tree that grows 50 feet tall and blocks that view, and we have no policy to remedy the situation. And I know that's a specification issue rather in our annual, in our specifications for tree maintenance services policy, which I think needs to be addressed. And also, there's no provision for citizens that would like to cooperate in some way, in some fashion, with our tree service to accomplish that goal. So my thinking, I haven't been involved in not going forward with these people. I don't know them, and I'm new on the council. But what occurs to me and what I think I'd like to see is, first of all, a revision, a modification of our specifications for tree services, which addresses street damage, heights of the trees, ocean views, and the ability of citizens to somehow potentially contribute toward eliminating or curbing trees that impact their views. And I'd like to see that in our specifications, and I'd like to see a bid based on some of those things. So I would recommend that we not approve this tonight, that we agendize specifications for tree services, and that we rebid this entire project based on our new specifications, because that could potentially impact the bidding process significantly.
Go ahead, because I have a couple questions. Go ahead.
So how would that work? You're talking about citizens being involved in tree maintenance? I'm trying to
No, no.
understand.
Citizens contributing toward the payment. Here's an example. We have, let's say you have a pine tree that blocks an ocean view. And the arborist says, well, I'm only allowed to trim the branches. A significant trimming of the canopy is beyond what Tom Vonnegut or anyone at the city would allow me to do. I'd be glad to, but I'm not getting paid for it and I'm not allowed to do it. We might have a mechanism where citizens or an association comes in and says, we're willing, we'll contribute to that. We'll even let our guy, which meets the same insurance standards and the same arborist qualification standard, come in and do that trimming. You guys continue your 7-year program. Just let us come in and do this under the city supervision. I'm just saying a program like that would be citizen friendly and would and if it's bid based on what is allowed to be done, could dramatically change the bidding process in future. So if my recommendation would be not to approve the project tonight, to agendize and modify our specifications and then rebid this on a services basis, not a professional contracting basis, but on a services basis for consideration.
So I have a question of city manager. Would we need to appropriate you? Could we appropriate you funds
So
to do that?
I have a couple of questions to Councilmember Knobloch's request, and it's just to clarify and manage expectations. So I think the first hurdle that Councilmember Knobloch is referring to is wanting to visit the tree policy to address view corridors for tree removal. Is that accurate, Councilmember Knobloch?
That's part of it, yeah. But,
So I am totally supportive of the council bringing back the tree policy and having that discussion as it relates to the policy. What I think is a little bit more of a laborious process is to segue in a citizen approach within the contract, because we give, and I'll let Tom speak to this, we have a tree maintenance schedule of 3,520 trees that are trimmed annually via a schedule, via a tree inventory, and that's what they follow. I think there's going to be a number of staff time taken up to rebid this project again with those specifications. So I just want to point that out because we've bid it 3 times already. And so we'll have to go through the exercise again, and staff resources and public works are limited. I'm not speaking for Tom Vonnegut. He can speak to the clarity of that. What I would suggest as a potential compromise is get your second vote to bring the tree policy back and we can address that. But we need a tree contract service now. And so if you want to amend the contract term, which could be problematic because the contract term was spelled out in the RFP, but if it could be amended, at least award a contract tonight so we can have tree services while the tree policy is being deliberated. And at the conclusion of that policy, if staff wants to give direction on a new bid process for tree contract services, we can do that, no problem.
You want a second?
I appreciate your comment, but I rather than answer your questions and negotiate with you on what the council policy should be, I'd like to get back to Gene's comment about the $25,000 question that he asked you at the beginning of your comments about the extending the additional monies. Do you need authorization for additional monies to continue the maintenance?
If you wanted to take the existing $25,000 contract that we no longer have or coming to an end, and you wanted to give us money to add to that, to formalize it into a contract, you could do so tonight, yes.
Okay, can I ask a couple questions of you? Okay, so, I know we have a very robust tree policy, and we also have a very robust maintenance policy, and the associations do their own maintenance on association trees. We have all of that separated in our computer system. We know who owns every tree. I'm not concerned that much about the trees that are on parkways because I look at them all the time, especially in the wind and the rain that we've been having. And I see that they're all trimmed up, especially along Pico, and Rancho San Clemente does a great job of that. So I'm not sure of what you're trying to get to with the citizens being able to do something. It sounded to me like if the city's out there cutting something and our contractors are out there, that you want the citizens to be able to contract with West Coast while they're already out there
No,
and
no.
do some other work.
Well,
That's what I wasn't sure. of.
Potentially, we could, if West Coast were to say that exceeds my contract, and the city hasn't authorized me to do it, and if a citizen or an association has a legitimate beef, they may be able to say, look, if it's going to cost an extra $500 or $1,000, we'll pay it. Just get the job done. I don't know
I'm not
that's
sure that
burdensome
doesn't
or complex or-
already
or
occur.
difficult.
I'm not sure that already occurs, but I appreciate that you want to visit the policy, and I would totally second that, to bring that up again. I don't think it should be done in this, because I don't see the contractor, the bidding change, because what you're saying is something that I don't think it's going to have significant.
Well, I guess the bigger
on
question
this.
I would raise is if you have a resident who says, well, I know that's not within your contract, but that's a city tree that I want trimmed so I can have a view, go ahead and do it and I'll pay you. If that's what you're referencing, I think there would be an issue of the city saying, well, we want to have a say on whether you
Well,
trim the city
absolutely.
tree or
I'm
not.
not suggesting anyone veto the normal city review and approval of city trees.
Well, that's what we're talking about today, is just cutting 3,520 trees a year. And we're going into spring. I think what West Coast has been doing is just on-call emergency things right now. But I know that as we're going into spring, we need to start trimming our trees. So that's what this is.
Right, I understand.
I would totally support you after we get through budget and all of that, that we bring back the tree policy and look at it, because there is quite a big staff report that I think will be helpful and you will like, actually, where the city of Rancho Palos Verdes actually has a program, and they know how to do it. And so we were looking at that. But I support that. I just don't think it should be part of this, and I don't think it's going to change the bid for, it was a
Well,
certain number of trees, and it was how much
Yeah,
to
I
trim
was
those.
just sharing my thoughts on the process. And I suggested that we rebid the process, because I'm not sure how the city weighted criteria comes up, but the way, when I read it, this works to Rod's total disadvantage. I don't know who came up with these, but to suggest that the adequate knowledge of local conditions with your town of 27 square miles and 3,500 trees, and it gets the minimum amount of weight. My goodness, that should have the maximum amount of weight. So I'm just looking at this criteria, wondering these are extremely subjective. I want to know who, I'm just curious who came up with them and why, and that's why I was suggesting, I'm not particularly in favor of going forward with the contract personally.
So let's have Mr. Vonnegut address that. I thought one thing that I saw at the end was a lot of weight was price, and that was 30 points. And with our bidding process, why do we give 30 points to price? How do we normally do our RFPs?
Sure. I think it's instructive to remember how we got where we got to. The council directed staff to go out on a competitive bid process. We did that twice. Price is 100% factor in that process, assuming that the bidders are otherwise responsible. We then went to proposal process based on a policy the council approved in, I think, July of 2020. This is all in your staff report, where there were criteria, evaluation criteria that were prescribed in the policy. Staff developed these specific criteria based on that list. And in fact, now cost was diminished to only 30% of the evaluation, and other factors were weighted and considered. I developed this with my maintenance manager based on a review of at least 24 similar RFPs from other California cities in the criteria they use specific for tree maintenance contracts to come up with what we felt was an appropriate balance. I will respectfully suggest that adequate knowledge of local conditions need not be the primary factor on a service like this that is, I don't want to diminish it, but is fairly routinized. You have experts. Local knowledge is good, but to suggest that it's a significant, I just don't see it. This isn't that specialized of a service where localized knowledge. Having said that, we put that in there because there is value. So we could argue all day long about that, but we took our best guess based on review of similar actual tree service proposals and came up with these factors to honor the council's relatively new policy that was implemented and come up again with objective as possible review, to honor that proposal process. And this is the result of that. If I answered the question completely there.
Councilmember Duncan, do you have a
Sure.
question? Comment?
It's more of a comment. And thank you for that, Director Bonnegat. I think it's a gallant effort by Councilmember Noblock. I can see the pain on Councilmember James's face. I think we all wish we could give the contract to Rod's Tree Service, but in this case, our hands are tied. And there's an even greater financial risk to the city beyond just the contract difference looming out there if we go a different way. We know we need the tree service, and I think at this point, as disappointing as it is, under the circumstances, I think I would have to support awarding the contract as recommended by staff, and I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's further discussion.
I think that is a motion.
Excuse me, point of order. Didn't we already have a motion on the table by Councilmember Noblock?
I'm not sure. I think
What was the
he was
question?
talking about policies and things like that. So we were trying to separate those from our contract. And
Oh, so, okay, so Councilmember Noblock, that was not a motion you made?
it's
No,
going to
I
take a
think-
lot of staff time.
I think the motion, my motion would be related to this, that we take the specifications for annual tree maintenance services, which is a part of the contract. It's an addendum to the contract, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Vonnegut?
It's part of the contract, correct?
And look specifically at the annual maintenance services, perhaps not tonight, but to go over and look at the issues that I addressed, the street damage, the tree height, the significant canopy reduction as opposed to minor canopy reduction and view impairment.
When would you look at staff coming?
I don't, maybe how long, Eric, do you think it would take to come back and consider that issue? We can come up, we can discuss it and, and Scott can draft the language if we can come up to terms.
I think for staff to manage expectations, we're in the middle of an LTFP process. We have a budget process going on. There's significant vacancies in all the departments. I would request that this comes back after the fiscal year when we
I
can
think that's
reprioritize.
probably reasonable. I was thinking July after the budget process is done.
That was a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second your motion.
So that's a separate item from this, though. Okay, so let's take a vote on just bringing back the tree policy on our maintenance. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I
To
think,
consider
and
more.
I'm looking at Councilmember Knobloch, I think we would bring back in the tree policy and also providing an overview of how those things occurred in the tree policy, in addition to an overview of the existing tree inventory in the city of San Clemente. So in essence, you're getting all the facts to deliberate on those items that you mentioned, Councilmember
Well,
Knobloch.
I don't know that needs to be that exhaustive there. We've got a pretty comprehensive policy. It's copied in here. It's about 20 pages. There's only 1 or 2 pages that relate to the things I'm talking about. I would suggest we just address those item by item and just go through them and add them if we want to or not. And without a comprehensive review of.
So then we just bring back the tree policy after the 1st of July for council review and deliberation.
Exactly.
Got it.
That'd be fine. We can
And
pick up all
can
those
I
issues at
add
the time.
fiscal impact of if we are
Well-
modifying things, what the fiscal impact would be to our maintenance?
And I think that's a fair point. As you, the council, deliberate on those potential changes within the policy, staff will then be able to come back and communicate the fiscal impact, whether it's a positive or a
course.
negative, as you make those changes. So that's noted.
And we need to know what our current policy is and how we evaluate trees, because I know our staff does that.
That's
and-
within the tree policy, and we'll
Right,
go over that as
okay.
well.
So we need to review, we need to know that.
Understood.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the tree policy before we get to
The contract.
the contract. Is that correct?
Fine with me if you want.
this is not agendized. Can we do that at this time?
That's future
Scott?
agenda item, so the motion's in order. at
Okay,
this
thank
point.
you.
Just for the
Making
first and
sure.
second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Noblock and a second by Mayor Pro Tem James to bring back the maintenance policy for
Maintenance
tree
tree policy,
maintenance. Okay, with what we said.
correct, after the first of the year,
Okay,
After 1st of July.
after
Yeah, fiscal
first of the
year.
fiscal year.
Right.
I
Yeah.
apologize.
okay, so motion and a second.
Councilmember-
Point of order, if I may, pardon me, point of order, if I may, before we go on, a question of the city attorney. City attorney, these aren't agendized, so we don't make motions and seconds. We make a recommendation, correct, to bring back and then get support from one member. Could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, with regard to putting something on a future agenda, which this motion is, it's putting something on an agenda after July. The council under the Brown Act has the ability to discuss that and to vote on it. So I suggest that you do vote on it because that will help staff know whether there's a consensus of 2 or 3 to bring back the staff work that's involved.
Okay, thanks, city attorney, but my point was, we're making a motion and voting on something that's not agendized. We've historically done, recommended an item, come back and got support, support without a motion.
Vote. The Brown Act does not require that future agenda items be on the agenda. You may vote on those at any time.
But I think Councilmember Ferguson's point is well taken. As I understood it, the council is going to come back with some recommendations, right, at the future agenda item. And then after that, staff's going to go and look at the fiscal policy, or did I understand that wrong?
Okay.
I interpreted it as you would like to discuss something at a future date and you received a second for that to be agendized at a future date. So that would just be the policy coming back. And then at that point, the council as a whole
Sure.
would deliberate and provide direction to staff as to what you would like us to do related to the tree policy.
Right, so we don't need a full vote.
Well, but we could use a full vote and we're able to because this is directing staff in the future to do something.
Right.
And it is quite labor intensive. I'm familiar with this policy, so that's why we're taking the vote, is it not?
We could vote then.
Is it Scott, you're saying that we
Scott.
can do this?
I thought you'd want to just cover it all in one fell
Yeah.
swoop.
I agree with the mayor. 3 votes, then you get a staff report in the process, even though we haven't made all the recommendations, but there'll be background.
Correct.
That's what I
All
thought.
right, if
That's
you want to
fine.
do that, then that's just a consensus vote.
Is that all right?
Okay, so,
Okay,
uh,
well, I'm an aye.
Councilmember
for
Duncan, you're an
voting.
aye? Okay, and I'm an aye also. Councilmember Ferguson. Do you want to take part in the vote?
I'm an aye, but I'll leave that for another time to discuss it.
So council, I need a resolution recommendation for the tree service.
What was the vote on that? How did that end? I
It
didn't
was,
hear
it was just a straw vote and it sounded like we're all in favor of staff bringing back after the fiscal year.
So
the
5-0?
Tree policy maintenance.
Okay.
So thank you, Councilmember Duncan, for that. Or I'm sorry, Councilmember Noblock. I'm looking right at you. Sorry about that.
You-
So
Do
I'll
I need to
entertain a
re-
motion for the actual tree service
Do I need
maintenance.
to read the full, or can I just say, motion to adopt staff resolution or recommendation on this?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Duncan. I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No,
Councilmember Noblock,
No,
Mayor Pro Tem James,
No.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
It fails 2-3.
Hey, do you want to have a discussion on how we're going to maintain our trees? It's April.
So what I will say is that through the remainder of the fiscal year, as tree jobs become available or become a need, we will pursuant to the purchasing policy, obtain 3 quotes to get the work done for the remainder of the fiscal year. Once we come back after the fiscal year with the tree policy, we can have a further discussion on next steps thereafter. But for the remainder of the fiscal year, we'll just use the 3 quote process pursuant to our purchasing policy to get work done.
Do you need a vote of the council for that operation?
What I would ask is a friendly offer, because Mayor Pro Tem James brought it up. If I could get $25,000 more to the as-needed emergency contract, so that in the middle of a night, if a tree falls down, I don't have to get 3 quotes to fulfill that for the remainder of the fiscal year, but all other jobs will be done via bid.
So moved.
Second,
All right, so there's a motion for what the city manager said by Mayor Pro Tem James and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
It carries 5-0.
All right,
The next item is the warrant register.
Motion to approve warrant and payroll register.
Second,
so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Ferguson, do you have a discussion?
Thank you. I do. I wanted to point out something I didn't catch earlier, but City Attorney, could you speak on behalf of Silver and Wright? By chance, would you happen to know if there are 2 line items that they've billed for code enforcement legal totaling almost 20,000? Could you let me know if that might be for that 715 Colombo property?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the Community Development Department and Code Enforcement oversees management of that contract. So I don't know if they're able to answer. If not, then we'd have to have you consider delaying that or voting it with them bringing back the information.
Okay, someone here from code enforcement that could answer the question, maybe
Unfortunately-
Cecilia? I mean,
Unfortunately, at this
sorry.
time, I do not see any community development representatives available.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with them on that and Silver and Wright. There was quite a significant cost on the last agenda for them as well. I'm just wondering if it's all related to the same. And then, let's see, and for the public records, City Attorney, I'm sure you can answer this because it exceeded the 5,000 a month that the city pays under contract for PRAs to DBK. It's quite significant, 13, 17, about $18,000, it looks like. Does that happen to be related to the records and documents I've been trying to obtain from the city by chance?
I don't know without seeing the detail. I'd have to pull the invoice because I just don't know off the top.
Okay, that's quite a bit. Yeah, I wish your firm would just overturn the emails and the documents. That would be helpful. We wouldn't keep incurring these costs, but that said, I'm done. Thank you.
So
Yeah, the
City
city's
Attorney, would you please
policy-
respond?
Yeah, thank you. The city's policy, the council's policy requires that if records include attorney-client communications, the city attorney must review them prior for release. So all of these invoices are for requests of staff made to us pursuant to that policy. I can say with near certainty that they are nearly all from one member, from one requester. And the invoice that I just reviewed for February, to give you the flavor, had $4,000 in reviews from that requester, Brad Malamud, compared to $62 by the rest of the community at large. So that's the trend, and that's, I bet, but I'll confirm for your next meeting, that these are all related to that one requester. We'll have a budget recommendation for you when you have your budget session about how to limit that. We'll recommend that the council allocate a certain number of hours each week, one for each member of the community. And they can prioritize which records they want us to go at so that it's not 14, 15, 20, 4,000. Totaling, I think in this one case, $150,000 a year. That's not counting your staff side. So we'll have a strong recommendation about how to control that, but it won't be violating the council policy to have lawyers look at requests from lawyers trying to get at
Okay,
attorney-client communications. I'm sorry
Right.
to go off, but I just don't like the insinuation that we're making work out of this when it's one person, one arsonist complaining about the cost of fire suppression.
A point of order, if I may.
Order.
That's me. I'm trying to get records. So he's one of my attorneys. So I
Councilmember,
need to clarify that.
we'll talk about that, but if a council member calls and asks for records, then they're delivered under our retainer without further ado.
No,
Unless-
that didn't happen to me, Scott.
Oh, I was gonna say, unless they're an adverse party, if they've asserted a claim or threatened litigation against the city, that's a game changer. And then we deal
Well,
with lawyers differently.
All right, fair enough. But there's 2,000 emails you're withholding from me. It's not appropriate. Thank you.
There were 2,000 hits and not that many withheld. We shouldn't be talking about that. You're on the dais.
Yeah. Councilmember Ferguson, do you have any other question on the warrant?
Nope, but I can talk about it. Scott, I'm an elected official serving the public. Thank you.
Yes, and I would ask that you please ask your questions ahead of time. If it's something that you want the public to know, then by all means ask, but you could get answers to these specifically if you would ask the question ahead of time.
Excuse me, you've done your share of talking in circles for hours without asking ahead of time as well. So sometime we don't catch it ahead of time, Mayor Ward. So please be thoughtful of that. You know, I do work for a living too.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to approve the warrant register and the payroll register.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1. The next item is consideration of YouTube chat feature.
And I'm not sure how this was agendized.
Yeah, that was Mayor Ward. That was me and Mayor Pro Tem James had
Go ahead.
agendized this.
You have one comment on this.
All right, let's hear the public comment first.
The comment is from Joe Janis. Good evening, council. Seems like every council meeting these days has been filled with some kind of drama or another. The last meeting was no different. I had to wonder why there was so much indecision on council's part to decide on what to do about the racist and inappropriate hacks. Maybe it's because some of you are so worried about free speech and transparency, you've lost the courage to make common sense decisions. The chat room has nothing to do with free speech or transparency. Turning off the chat feature does not violate anyone's First Amendment rights. San Clemente has 65,000 residents who depend on you to deal with important issues and make rational decisions. 99.99% of us do not participate in the chat room. The chat room does have a dozen or so regulars. Some chatters don't even use their real names. A handful of them are embedded with one council member or another, and some appear to be politically motivated. Chatters can use other means to visit with one another and give their opinions during council meetings. Social media sites, Zoom conferences, and group texts are all available for chatters to chat. The city allows public comments during meetings, and all citizens are free to express their opinions. I'm not sure what benefits the chat room brings to governance. I hope you do not have to spend too much time tonight on this issue. If you really want to prevent comments such as those during the last meeting, it's pretty simple. Turn off the chat feature. Why waste staff's time and taxpayers' money trying to monitor and control something that cannot be controlled? I hope the majority of you will agree it's time to stop all the drama and start spending more time dealing with important issues. Thank you for serving on council, Joe Janis.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. Well, this was placed on the agenda so we can talk about this chat feature because it went away without all of the council knowing. It was a feature of our meeting that was being removed by the staff. And then, of course, when it came back on, turned back on, we had inappropriate, racist, and violent comments. And that was not appropriate, obviously. So we all voted unanimously to turn it off for those who weren't here at the time watching this meeting. Now, as an alternative, I had mentioned to the interim city manager to have utilize Zoom and have IT, who's here till the ends of our meeting, moderate that so that they, can eliminate those comments if they're ever applied again to this chat. People do enjoy this chat. I don't do the chat. I don't have the chat on during the meetings and I don't read the chat. But people do enjoy it. It's been something that we have had part of our meetings for 2 years, so well before COVID, a year before COVID. And it's even more important from what I hear from constituents during COVID to be able to communicate with each other and comment both positively and even negatively, and give criticism if necessary as the meeting takes place. But a lot of people tell me they learn from the chat as well. We have people who've been in this community for 34 years that participate in that chat. So I find if it engages people and they tune into our meetings, into their government, all the better. And I want to see that we continue it in some shape or form in the meetings. And of course, if in fact it gets hijacked again, that we appropriately take a vote and put a stop to it immediately. But I don't want to see it go away. Thank you.
So I'm still not sure of the reason it's agendized. I don't know what action needs to be undone or taken tonight. I
think
honestly, I don't.
I think staff was just looking for direction because it had been turned off. There was discussion and staff said, we'll do what the council wants to do. So I personally have no objection.
But
with
it was,
having the chat
it
set.
was, when we voted on that, it was clarified that it was for that night only, was it not?
It doesn't matter. We're
Right.
deciding now whether we want it on or off.
This
Oh,
item was brought
Okay, so
forward.
this is a discussion for that.
Yeah,
This-
but it's not on tonight. It's not back on.
That's why it's here for discussion.
I need you to repeat that because I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
hear.
This item was brought forward because 2 council members gave direction on the dais to bring this back for discussion.
Okay,
So Mayor Ward, I don't think we should spend a lot of time on this. It's on. I think we should keep it on. I agree with Council Member Ferguson. You know, we should keep an eye on it. And if we have if we have messages that are advocating violence, we should try to take them down. If we have messages that are racist or inappropriate in nature, we should take them down. But I would not take down the chat feature at this time.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
can I clarify from staff? I think the issue that when we talked about this is that staff, with all that we're doing and this platform that we're using, that staff they are not able to monitor this and take down individual messages. They are trying to make sure that our official meeting is covered.
Mayor Ward, they cannot take down individual
And-
messages.
right,
It's
because it's
YouTube,
gonna be
so it's either
censoring.
on or it's off.
No one's suggesting monitoring. The motion was just to leave it on. And
Well,
that's the
I heard
motion on the floor.
monitoring and remove things, so
I
I
did
don't,
say-
it's on now as far as I'm concerned. If someone hijacks it and people write into us and say, oh my gosh, there's bad things, it comes down
Yeah.
for that time.
Excuse me, point of clarification, may I, Mayor? It's not on, I hear tonight. It isn't on.
We're waiting for council direction,
I'll call for the
Councilmember
motion.
Ferguson.
Call for
Thank
the
you.
question.
And
Want to clarify, I keep hearing it's on, it's not.
So
just
we
to
have
cl-
a motion and a second that it should remain on, and if there is an issue, it's being hijacked or whatever, it goes off for that meeting. You know, and we hope those people never come back, but
That's
we
right.
can't monitor
Well, that
one at a
wasn't-
time and decide which ones we're going to
The
take off.
additional qualification wasn't part of the original motion that if someone observes something they don't like, it can go down. The motion was.
Well, they
simply
bring it
leave-
up to us,
The motion was to leave it on.
right,
and
but they
and
bring
that-
it,
That's the motion on the floor and I'll call the question.
okay, but Councilmember James said something different, so that's why I'm trying to
Can I
qualify and
restate
ask a
my,
question.
my motion? So my motion is to turn it on, keep it on. If we learn of inappropriate comments being made, and we confirm that, we'll take it down for that night.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do you still second that motion? Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
No.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
our
Next item is item C, consideration of establishing a portion of the beach on which dogs would be allowed for a 1-year trial period. And we do have comments on this item.
Okay, so let's hear those first.
First comment is from Todd Sinclair. So why doesn't San Clemente have a dog beach? The answer is very simple. Dog beaches require a wide, expansive beach where dogs can run freely off leash. San Clemente doesn't have wide and expansive beaches like Huntington Beach Dog Beach. We have narrow and limited beaches that should be reserved for the many thousands of beachgoers. This latest proposal by Mr. Noblock has not been well thought of. The area between El Portal and Dije is narrow, rocky, and because of incoming and outgoing tides is not usable. At times, there is no beach. Additionally, this is a huge health and safety issue, as surfers like myself surf right offshore, and when Mother Nature washes the beach rocks into the ocean, the dog poop that is not picked up by thoughtless dog owners will wash right into our mouths. This is a very popular surfing area, and a dog beach will contaminate the ocean. Obviously, this was not thought of by Mr. Noblock since he does not surf. The city can't even control the electric bikes on the beach trail. How can this city, which does not enforce the simplest thing, will be able to control dog owners who will unleash their dogs and not pick up their poop? San Clemente's beaches do not lend themselves to a dog beach. That is why the city spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for a dog park and allows dogs in city parks. Dump this idea. The council needs to spend their time fighting the remnants of the toll road and prioritize issues. Next comment is from Will Barnes. Wanted to write to express my excitement in favor of a stretch of beach to be considered a dog accessible beach. I do wish it was a larger designated area and off leash, but this is a great start. I do truly believe that we have more responsible dog owners than not. And the dog owners of San Clemente will rejoice in respecting the beauty of our stunning beaches. Thank you for your consideration, William Barnes. Next comment is from Helen McHugh. Dear City Council, I strongly oppose dogs on the beach as a trial program. From what I read in the paper, I don't think you have thoroughly given much thought to the project as you do to other items. Before you vote on this item, I ask the following questions. Has this proposal gone to the Coastal Advisory Committee or Coastal Commission? The area you picked is a well-known surf spot and has many, many visitors and users to this area. How are you going to prevent the dogs from leaving this area, and what are the consequences to the owner? Lifeguards should not be the police in this matter. Their job is to lifeguard, is it not? How can a dog enjoy running in the water if the dog has a leash? Will the city be liable if the dog attacks and hurts a child or an adult? Will the birds recover after being chased by the dogs? San Clemente is a bird sanctuary. What about the grunion when they have their run? Dogs digging up their eggs. There is dog waste all over the city because of irresponsible dog owners. Will this be the same on the beach? Even if the dog mess is picked up, it leaves bacteria that can cause E. coli, hookworm, and many other infections. Do you want this to happen to our citizens, especially young children? E. coli can be the difference of beach closing or not. The Clean Ocean Program says pet waste is a source of bacteria found in the ocean. If you pass this trial program, you as City Council are going directly against your own mandates of the Clean Ocean Program. Regional and state water boards gave the city a directive to significantly reduce bacteria. In light of the fact that dog waste can contribute to bacteria pollution and the state mandates to reduce such pollution, it would be unwise for the city to allow dogs on the beach. The city's motto is to maintain a healthy and safe atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. You are not making a safe environment by having dogs running around the beach. The beach is supposed to be a tranquil and lovely place. Do not change it. Next comment is from Peter Perrines. Hello, I'm writing in regard to the proposal to turn the stretch of North Beach between the Dije staircase and the El Portal staircase into a dog beach. As a homeowner and permanent resident of North Beach, I have several concerns about what this may do to the local area and its residents, as well as visitors. First, as a dog owner myself, I am very familiar with the other dog beaches in Orange County. And while they are a pleasure to visit, the presence of dog feces is imminent. Not to mention that if you've ever spent any time in the North Beach neighborhoods, you'll likely notice that local dog owners, as well as visiting Airbnb renters, rarely clean up after their dogs on neighborhood sidewalks. It's almost comical how blatant this disregard is. One stroll down Buena Vista will serve as hard evidence of this claim, I assure you. If dog owners are this negligent on city sidewalks, one can only predict how careless they will be given access to the shoreline with their dogs, with far less people around to witness. As an avid surfer and father to 2 kids who love playing in the ocean, the water quality issue of canine waste on the sand is a truly concerning matter. Second, if you know anything about this particular stretch of beach, then you know that this is not an easy stretch to access. People can park at North Beach, but to get to the DHA access takes walking along the shoreline for a few hundred yards, where dogs will not be permitted, or taking the beach trail, where staircase access down to the sand is chained off as a no access zone, and at certain times of year has a 6 to 8 foot drop onto the sand, which is surely a liability for the city. This is why I'm assuming the no access signs exist in the first place. You can see how confusing this will be for dog owners, and they will likely end up at places like Linda Lane or at North Beach by the restrooms. Third, and most important in my opinion, if you've spent any time at the proposed stretch of North Beach, then you will also know that at high tide, there is no sand. The water line runs right up onto the rocks. Again, confusing for visitors who know nothing of tide charts, and likely will result in them taking their dogs to other parts of the area where dogs are not permitted. This no sand time frame varies daily, but one thing for certain is that it's guaranteed to be the case for much of the day, every day.
Next comment is from, excuse me, the Mushenheim family. I live near El Portal and recently moved to San Clemente from Newport Beach. In Newport, lived on the peninsula where people are allowed to take dogs on the beach year-round from sunrise to 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. to sunset. The rules require dogs to be on leashes and owners must pick up the waste. It was wonderful. I got to know my neighbors who also had dogs when we would walk on the beach in the mornings and have coffee. I'm so surprised San Clemente doesn't have a law that allows dogs on the beach. We have to drive to San Onofre Trail 1 for the closest dog beach or to Laguna Beach. This seems like an outdated rule and should be modified. So many people got dogs during the pandemic and are now limited with the number of public places to bring the dogs. By providing regulated access to the beach, dogs, owners, and the community overall will greatly benefit. Taking the dog to the beach is a great way to get exercise and enjoy what our beautiful city has to offer. It also provides a place for communities to be built and relationships to form rather than walking the coastal trail with fewer chances to stop and talk to your neighbors. Everyone who lives in this city wants to enjoy the beach. We should allow our furry family members the same privilege. Next comment is from the Sims family. My family and I have lived on El Portal Street for almost 3 years in San Clemente. About a year ago, we decided to add a furry family member to our family and now have a wonderful dog. It's been such a joy having a dog, and we've gotten to know many new members of our community, other dog owners on our daily walks. Since living in San Clemente, we've been so surprised that San Clemente doesn't have a law that allows dogs on the beach, or that there's a designated area like the bottom of the stairs at El Portal where our furry friends can play during low tide. As you know, there are already very few times throughout the day or week where there's much to any beach sand at this location. Currently, we have to drive to San Onofre Trail 1 for the closest dog beach or to Laguna Beach. This seems like an outdated rule and should be modified. Dog owners are responsible and do pick up after their pets. And it only seems fair to allow our dogs to be able to play on the beach with wide open space during certain hours of the day. By providing regulated access to the beach, dogs owners, and the community overall will greatly benefit. Taking the dog to the beach is a great way to get exercise and enjoy what our beautiful city has to offer. It also provides a place for our communities to be built and relationships to form rather than walking the coastal trail with fewer chances to stop and talk to your neighbors. Everyone who lives in this city wants to enjoy the beach. We should allow our furry family members the same privilege. Next comment is from Monica. No last name provided on this one. I'm a North Beach resident and a dog owner, and I ask you not pass the proposal to turn a section of our beach into a dog-friendly beach. We barely have any beach left with the loss of sand and the tide swings and having to share that already limited space with disrespectful dog owners is nothing but sad. If you live in North Beach and walk around, you will find dog poop everywhere on the sidewalk, and I'm sure that will be the same on the beach. Unless you're putting a lifeguard on duty to supervise the dogs will be on leashes and not pooping everywhere, please do not pass that. The proposal should be going to T Street and the pier where there is plenty of parking and people to supervise. Or move to Lost Winds where there's a lot of sand and tide don't impact the beach as much. I would like to hear what the residents of those areas have to say. We are already overly saturated with all the short-term rentals in this area. We do not need any more non-residents to come this way to disrupt our peace. Next comment is from Arthur Mnuchin. Mayor and council people, I wish to address your consideration of the allowance of dogs to be present on the beach between El Portal and Dije Court. First, I must inform you that I have frequented this beach, also known as 204 to locals, for close to 50 years. This stretch of sand is the narrowest point in all of San Clemente's coast, but is frequented on a good day by dozens, if not more, surfers and families. Allowing dogs on this stretch of sand presents many hazards for people and the animals, as well as to the ocean environment itself. First off, you propose to expose this area to animals, urination, and fecal matter. Even the conscientious pet owner knows that while there are efforts to remove pet waste from the sand, some residue will remain. Dogs urinating have no choice as to whether their waste will be removed. It can't be. As for whether or not the dogs will disagree, it's a given that not all dogs will remain leashed and conflicts will arise. A full-time patrol would have to be instituted to ensure dogs remain leashed, but at present, lifeguard already do little or nothing to apprehend lawbreakers at or near the beach. So in all practicability, rules will be bent and conflict will arise. As to whether human and dog confrontation will occur depends on the demeanor of the animal and attitude of the human involved. You cannot tell me with any certainty that conflicts of this nature will not exist at this beach, as you know they will. The other consideration that one must acknowledge is the potential for dog waste entering the ocean to pose a serious health threat to swimmers and surfers coexisting with dogs on that stretch of the beach. If any of you have visited the dog beach portion of Pacific Beach in San Diego, you would know it is not uncommon for fecal matter to float by as one swims or wades in the water there. I know, as my family and I have discussed this on occasion, have concluded that it is absolutely unacceptable in a beach environment. Consider wisely.
Next comment is from an anonymous source. I had a laugh at the resolution regarding establishing a dog beach in San Clemente. One statement says, quote, a majority of dog owners are responsible individuals who properly care for and clean up after their pets, end quote. Walking along any of the many trails in San Clemente will quickly tell you that dog owners in the city do an extremely poor job of picking up after their animals. The stench of dog feces is everywhere. Now you're proposing that we have this on our beach. I understand that this was one of Mr. Knobloch's campaign issues. I'd rather call it a non-issue. In the midst of all that we're going through, we want to create another potential headache for the city? Another laughable comment in the resolution was that this program would apply only to residents of San Clemente. What are you going to do to enforce that? Nothing, I'm sure. In the report released by Heal the Bay in June of 2020, San Clemente's beach was once again given a grade of F for the amount of bacteria and pollution in the water. Do you really want to introduce another source? Please vote no on this resolution. Next comment is from Louis Casaz. As an environment caring person and a surfer, I am against dogs on the beach. As an example, Huntington Beach, the dog beach, is disgusting. As a surfer, I can assure you, while in the water, it smells like dog pee. The pee percolates and has no way of being removed by the owner. Please don't allow dogs on the beach. Our oceans have to deal with the pollution. Next comment is from Holly, no last name provided. If you use the beach trail, you will see dogs on San Clemente beaches every day. Not just one, many dogs, whether at the pier or down at Riviera. usually early morning before the lifeguards are on duty. The public is already on the beach with their dogs and doing whatever they want with no enforcement. San Onofre beaches, Huntington Beach, Laguna Beach, Del Mar Beach, and many other beaches allow dogs with guidelines. In fact, the city paid for a master plan public survey in 2017 from Eric Sun and Samantha Wiley asking about public interest. A dog beach was number one, yet management and council ignored it. This is a no-brainer. The master plan public survey confirmed and public acts confirm residents want to take their dogs on the beach, and they already take their dogs on the beach. Thank you, council members and Noblock and Ferguson for prioritizing the residents' needs when ignored by city management. Next comment is from Donna Vadreen. The stretch of beach identified as potential dog beach is a family favorite, and including dogs joining in with beach time would only add to the experience. I have concerns about the proposed resolution and would not recommend approval tonight. The pilot study will require staff time, and to say it won't is disingenuous. The staff will be evaluating the pilot study and doing the prep work before Dog Beach can happen responsibly. The San Clemente Coastal Advisory Committee can offer valuable input for a dog beach to be successful in our city. We should seek their recommendations before proceeding. We should plan for water quality studies prior to having the results in evaluating the pilot study at year's end. Our water quality has been a recurring concern, and we need data to evaluate the proposed pilot study. Signage for the dog beach will be required with posted rules to include dogs must remain on leash, responsible dog poop disposal, and who to notify for violations. Let's do this properly to be successful with the San Clemente Dog Beach.
Next comment is from Denise Urkanoff. Surfrider Foundation South Orange County chapter has several concerns. While we all love our pets, especially our dogs, we are concerned about the city approving even a pilot program without substantial study, considerations, or measurements taken prior to adopting this proposed pilot. One, there was no staff report to support the assumptions or itemized resolution items 1 through 9. No environmental impact or wildlife or fiscal impact study done prior to this agenda item placed late last Friday. 2, no community input or public outreach to date. Public outreach yielding reliable input should consider community balance and interests of all beachgoers, recreators, and dog owners. 3, none of the bodies such as beaches, parks, and recreation or coastal advisory voted to move this item to date over 15 plus years. 4, while the proposed resolution makes the assumption that, quote, the majority of dog owners are responsible, end quote, we all know some are not. We are very concerned about inviting bacteria, dog feces that the city absolutely cannot monitor and force 100% of the time that this pilot would require at this particular beach. Furthermore, approximately 50% of the time, the water laps, the rock revetment, and feces remnants would almost assuredly be washed out into the ocean. Dog owners trying to access the beach during high tide would likely move south, spilling over onto other parts of the beach, creating an enforcement and contamination nightmare. 5, San Clemente already has a pure bacteria study commission, which I participate on, where dogs are not allowed in those locations. Why in the world would you invite more bacteria sources on other parts of your beaches? 6, review other dog beaches in other towns. How are you going to manage the potential for dog owners outside of San Clemente to park and travel to this beach? And they will, and parking is scarce now. Have you considered the impact in the adjacent neighborhood, non-resident or non-neighborhood resident parking increases? 7, the assumption that only San Clemente dogs residents will be allowed is a false claim because beaches and their access use belong to everyone. You can't regulate it, and by law, this alone would absolutely be challenged. 8, finally, as council members, you should be aware that the TMDL, total daily maximum loads, fecal indicator bacteria mandate for water recreation, which are mandatory bacteria reductions for the state of California, begins 19 days from now, April 4th, and San Clemente falls in the San Diego Regional Water Quality jurisdiction. The fines for this alone are costly. There should be a robust water quality management plan associated with this pilot on day 1 if you move forward. However, overall, we urge you to not move forward without the proper staff review and comprehensive study. Next comment is from Kathy Eshafani. I live in North Beach and oppose the proposal to create a dog beach between the access stairs at D. Hay Court and El Portal. I have several concerns. First, the beach there is extremely narrow depending on the tides. When the tide is high, despite the city's intent to limit the new dog beach to that single stretch of beach between the stairs, you can be sure dog owners will end up bringing their dogs to North Beach instead. You may ask, why is that a problem? Well, we already have a dog problem at North Beach. Last summer, I watched many families bring their dogs to North Beach during busy beach hours. When questioned by lifeguards who attempted to enforce the law barring dogs on the beach, these families invariably responded their dog was a comfort dog or service dog. That, of course, is a claim lifeguards were ill-equipped to question. The result was many dogs on the beach running and playing with owners who lied to gain beach access for their pets. If the city creates a dog beach at D. Hay Court, just a short walk down the sand from North Beach, I think there will likely be many, many more dog owners bringing their pets to North Beach. The open invitation to bring dogs to the beach will just make it too hard to keep dogs out of North Beach. Fairness here is a big concern. North Beach is the poor cousin of Pier Bowl and T Street. Our beloved North Beach is already hurt by the huge rock field that clutters the beach. The city should not further burden our beach by making it the immediate neighbor of a dog beach. If you are dead set on creating a dog beach, why not put it somewhere south of the pier where there is so much room on the sand for dogs and owners to play? Or at the very least, limit the hours for dogs to early mornings before 9 a.m. and late afternoons beginning at 6 p.m., just like Laguna Beach does. Thank you.
Bless you.
Next comment is from William Stoneward. Should the city council vote tonight to approve a dog beach at a surfing beach, the city will not have my support for the vote for the Clean Ocean Fund, which I understand will be on the ballot in 2021. For those who do not know about this tax, it is included on our water bill each month and has expired. The city needs a big majority of voters for this to pass on the ballot. I am urging fellow voters not to approve this if the city council votes for a dog beach, as this is opposite of a clean beach and clean water. That's all I have. Do you have any more?
Couple more comments here. Next one is from Tyler Bowden. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Please do not approve the proposed dog beach pilot. The beach between El Portal and D. Hay Court stairs is not the right place for a dog beach. Councilmember Noblock was quoted in the San Clemente Times saying that he specifically chose this stretch of beach because it's an area where there are a lot of rocks and therefore not a lot of towel space for lounging beachgoers. What he neglects to consider is that this is a popular surf break in town. If people in town and from out of town are taking their dogs to this beach to play and poop, there's a good chance that their dog feces will end up contaminating the water. Imagine picking up fresh poo from a wet and rocky beach. You'll inevitably leave some residue, or perhaps you won't pick it up at all with the expectation that the ocean will clean it up anyhow. As someone who surfs this break regularly, I'm not a fan of this option. If we are genuinely looking to provide beach space for people to bring dogs, we should identify a stretch of beach that is more accessible with less exposure to rocks and changing tides. And this last comment is from San Clemente Dogs. We fully support Councilmember Noblock's proposal to extend the existing early morning and late evening dog beach hours. Additionally, as a dog, I can assure you that we will not bite people, kids, or each other. We also do swear to always poop where it's easy for our people to pick up. We do have some lingering concerns about the birdies and their constant taunting, but we can discuss that at a later date. And that's all for public comments.
Okay, thank you very much for reading those. I like the last one a lot.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, may I ask a question from about one of the commenters about the Clean Ocean fee?
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't voted on that on placement of the ballot for 2021. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Noble.
Someone else?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked for this matter to come on because I think it's a interesting issue. It's a concern of 16,000 dog owners in town. Approximately 25% of our population owns dogs and would like to have access to the beach. There are a lot of concerns that were expressed tonight, and I want to address a few of them. This is a limited area. This isn't to open our beaches to all dogs for all time. This is a limited time, limited location test program for about an area about 550 feet of our 5 miles of beaches. And in recommending this area, we could have sent it to staff and had staff spend a lot of time and energy and money, hire consultants to give us a recommendation. But I thought, you know what, we'll do a simple pilot program in an area where, in fact, it is an area where it's far from the playground equipment and so forth. It's a small area. It can be accessed. Access is difficult because of the erosion right now, but in a way that's part of the appeal to this program. It can be accessed. Regarding enforcement. Currently, the beaches are enforced. If anything, there'd be less enforcement because instead of enforcing all dogs off the beach, you're only enforcing them off of you're allowing them on a relatively limited area. So enforcement really isn't an area. Bacteria is always a concern, but every time it rains, like we just had, our bacteria counts go through the roof. And they do not only in the main areas, but in the small canyons, like the ones near El Portal and Dichi Court. One of the positive things is, again, this area gets flushed twice by high tides and gets clear up to the rocks. So for a test program, I don't think bacteria is going to be a major concern. Regarding referring this to a commission or one of our advisory commissions, the advisory commissions just advise us. And this city, just historically speaking, spent 80 years deciding whether or not dogs would be even allowed in any of our parks. And when we finally started talking about it, it took another 20 years. So again, this is a pilot program, limited term, limited duration, limited location. And so that's my recommendation. I think it'd be good for the community. And at the end of the year, we'll find out how it goes. We may find out that this is nothing San Clemente wants to even think about anymore. But again, my recommendation is to allow a limited time, and I would encourage my colleagues to consider supporting this limited one-time test program. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so just for clarification, I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. I'm seeing that we have Cynthia Mallett here and Dave Riebensdorf. I'm also seeing someone called San Clemente Broadcast that has their hand up. And that's why I wanted to, is that someone that I'm supposed to be recognizing for a public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I don't know what that is.
Someone that's on San Clemente Broadcast, they have their hand up. Is this a comment on this item? Yeah, I don't know who that is. So, okay, is there, I have some questions of staff, but does any other council member want to go first? No? Okay, so, Ms. Mallett, I see that you're on the line. Can you talk about our clean ocean fee? I appreciated that someone brought that up. I had not put that in my notes. Where are we on that fee and what is it for the public?
So Mayor, if I can, I can answer that question. So as you're aware, June 30th of 2020, our clean ocean fee expired. At that time, we were going to be doing an LTFP paper for Clean Ocean, which we actually did and did distribute to the city council, even though we didn't have a long-term financial plan. And so we already have contracts that have been awarded by the city council for both a consultant to conduct the vote, another contractor to help with marketing and education. Right now, what staff is doing is trying to figure out when is the best time to go back to the people to vote on the Clean Ocean fee. And obviously, it's not tied to the ballot, so it doesn't go as part of that. It's something that is done independently of that process. However, in light of the pandemic and a lot of other things, we've refrained from going to the people to ask for money while we look at what we can do with the Clean Ocean fee in terms of either lowering it and so forth. I also know that there'll be some discussions that we look at sand replenishment as a kind of as a part of that Clean Ocean fee, which we'll be doing. I don't anticipate that coming back to the people until later in 2021. When I say later, potentially in the fall. But it just depends, because I think, the important thing we have to acknowledge is that, we're coming out of a pandemic, and there's been a lot of economic crises amongst residents and business owners. And so we're sensitive to that while we come back and ask for them if they want to renew the clean ocean fee and pay a certain amount a month. And so we're strategizing on that internally, but that is the goal, to come back in probably the fall of 2021 to initiate that process with the residents or the property owners.
Okay.
Chair Board, if I may, a
You-
question of staff.
I have is it in response to that comment?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just want to ask Mr. Sun, but you'll need to bring that to City Council to approve. It's expired, so we'll need to vote on that. Do you know when you'll be bringing that to us for a vote?
No, I do not.
Okay, I heard 2020.
Okay.
So, okay, so I see Mr. Riebensdorf on the phone. I don't know if Cynthia couldn't hear me. Is there any comment that you can make about the issue of water quality that we're going through right now at our pier? I wasn't able to ask that question earlier. City manager, can staff not hear me?
I'll see if I'm trying to communicate. If Dave could go ahead and respond to that if he's on the call, please.
The peer issue dealing with the seagulls.
I think I'm unmuted now. Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you.
Dave Riebensdorf, Utilities Director. We've seen a reduction in bacterial exceedances at the pier since the netting has been installed to reduce fecal matter from pigeons. But we are continuing this study and analyzing the human exceedances that were determined. So that's an ongoing study that will be completed sometime later this year. And I guess I'll leave it at that unless there's questions about the site-specific area for the dog beach.
No, I just wanted to know just an update on that. So can anyone tell me, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone from Beaches, Parks and Rec that are on this call?
You have Samantha Wiley.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Can you tell us where this is at as far as the Beaches, Parks and Rec and considering of a dog beach?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. So the commission, this was actually dog access on the beach was approved through the council for the BPR Commission fiscal year work plan. It was one of a number of items that they were seeking to look at in response to part of the 2018 master plan, which called for an increased look at off-leash dog access citywide and improved dog opportunities. We did learn that through the 2018 plan. So the council directed the BPR Commission to look at this. It was reviewed at the last regularly scheduled commission meeting in February. And at that time, the commission felt like they wanted to gain greater and broader public feedback and directed staff to do a little bit more footwork, if you will, on reaching out to the community, getting a broader perspectives on what the community really wants and what would be feasible. The staff report at that time did actually indicate a number of different options related to what other agencies do. And some of our public comments tonight spoke to that, whether that's the Laguna Beach model, the Del Mar model, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, a lot of our other neighboring towns. And Environmental Services has done an outstanding job of reaching out to those other agencies to get their feedback. So that report is on file with the BPR department. I believe the minutes are coming to the council at the next meeting. So that's where it landed. The final direction for the commission was to direct staff. They tabled it. They were going to bring it back at our April meeting for additional review and kind of sharing that information that staff received.
All right, thank you very much. So Councilmember Knobloch, I would ask, that was one of the reasons, not having seen any minutes yet, I was wondering where this was at with BPNR. So why are you bringing it to the council now when it's under consideration at BP&R
Well,
and staff is doing more follow-up?
I brought it up, Madam Mayor, because the matter was not being addressed. It was in February, the matter was punted, it was tabled. There was no instructions to come back on a date certain. And quite frankly, I don't know that it would be coming back at any time on a date certain. That's why I thought we'll just go ahead and do it, recommend a pilot program. And at the end of a year, we can, then the staff people that have been charged with looking into this will have some additional data to look at.
Councilmember Decker.
I mean, I can appreciate the interest in the having a dog beach, the impassioned comments. And I've been to other dog beaches before. I do know their communal experience for dog lovers. I got to tell you, I haven't been to a dog beach that's quite like our beaches here. They're just much more narrow here. And usually you have a wider expanse of beach. A couple of things that the commenters mentioned, that we just don't have here, though. We don't have any information on fiscal impact. I mean, there's got to be some city resources expended on this, signage and other things. Information on litigation risks, the safety risks and the health risks. I think it's just difficult to move forward without that information in a responsible way. So those are my comments as far as taking a big leap for a test program. I get that it's a test program, but we just don't have a lot of the basic information to be able to judge whether this is the right place, the right times, maybe time limitations are in order, maybe date limitations are in order. If you look at other beaches, they have all of those things. So, I can appreciate that this would be just a test program, but we would be testing sort of, this seems a little bit like a shot in the dark, without some basis for why we're setting forth the parameters that are in this draft resolution.
Councilmember Jane, or Mayor Pro Tem, sorry. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. When you say it, it sounds like a great idea. I would love to have a dog beach. Gracie would love to have a dog beach. But with that being said, we have a narrow beach here, and the location we're looking at twice a day is underwater, and so all that urine, all that feces is subject to go out into the water. So I'm concerned from a water quality perspective. I'm concerned from an enforcement perspective. I'm concerned from a risk management perspective on this. With that being said, I'm not willing to say no at this time, but I think it does need some staff work. I would like to hunt it over the beaches, parks, and rec. And to Miss Wiley's point a few moments ago, I think it really dovetails into a bigger question on dogs in the city and what resources we have for dog owners. As a regular at the San Clemente business park, at the San Clemente dog park, I can tell you, we don't have a dog park I'm particularly proud of. It's just barren dirt. I take Gracie there and she comes back filthy.
Did you say Barron?
Barren.
Isn't that the name of the park?
It is.
Okay, I think that's where you got that. It's Bear and
Yeah,
Barron. Okay.
Park is barren.
So I think it speaks to a larger question of how we support dog owners in the city. So we have two dog parks in one location, one for small dogs, one for big dogs. I can tell you the big dog one is nothing to be proud of. And I would really like to look at some sort of improvement there. And when I say improvement, I'm talking sod and irrigation.
You're on that committee.
What's that?
CASA, you're on that committee.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, so I can't support it. I would like to kick it over to staff and BPR to come back with recommendations and a report.
Yeah, Steve, so I kind of agree with that. We're in the Parks Master Plan right now. We're kicking that off. And I remember when we talked years ago, a few years ago, when we started down the road talking about getting into the master plan, dogs were to be considered as part of that, and overall where we can fit everyone. I am concerned where this might go. I think it really needs Beaches, Parks and Rec and the public input and buy-in on where it goes, where we all agree. We agree on the terms, where it is, how we're going to share, how we're going to enforce it, what happens to water quality, because I don't think we can say that we don't care about that, because we do. And that's why we spent so much money at the pier correcting the issue there. But I can't make a decision right now without all that info. But I think because of we're in the master plan, and I think Beaches, Parks and Rec is doing it, I really think I think it would come back. I think,
Well, I
they
have
were
no-
talking about
I-
April.
Madam Mayor, I have no objection to having this be reviewed by staff. I was trying to shortcut the process a little bit because of time and energy. And, regarding the fecal, the E. coli levels and so forth, the beach, currently gets everything, when it rains in this area, everything gets out. The dogs, the cats, the possums, the raccoons, the rats, the human feces, that's all blowing into the ocean right now, especially when it rains. So, and the fact that it gets covered with water twice a day, while that gets into the water, it also is a cleansing agent as well. But again, a lot of issues. Dogs are important. And again, I was trying to avoid having another decade of analysis and review, but if the parks can look at this and come back with a recommendation on where to have a test program in this city, I'd be supportive of that.
Okay, well, I
Mayor Ward, may I?
without it going through the full process and everyone weighing in. I'm not able to do that tonight. Councilmember Ferguson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I'm completely supportive of this. I had worked at the city before, and definitely, as Councilmember Noblock said, over a decade, people were coming to council wanting to have a spot for their dogs on the beach. And there was even a group formed for a while, the Facebook group, and I don't know what happened to that, but I know I've heard from people very positive comments that have emailed for this meeting. They weren't the commenters tonight that submitted to the city clerk, but they're ecstatic about having a place to bring their dog. And we do have over 16,000 dogs licensed in town. I'm sure there's more than that aren't. But it's important to note, a commenter mentioned tonight, we do have a master plan from just about 3 years ago, not very long ago, and dogs on the beach were the #1 rated wish of in the community. So we have to make sure we listen to the voice of the people. And I'm fine with supportive of staff doing some research based on the council deliberation and the comments tonight from the public as well. But it's definitely something people have wanted for a long time. And a 1-year pilot isn't much to ask, and then evaluate after that. And Huntington Beach, if you look at Huntington Beach, I mean, they've had a nonprofit running their dog park. They do all the maintenance, the pickup, supply the doggy bags for 17 years, and it works really well. And we may even be able to replicate such a thing here with so many dog lovers and so many volunteers. I know the shelter has any given year a couple hundred of volunteers that rotate in and out of the shelter. So people love their animals here in San Clemente. And then one more note on the Beaches, Parks and Rec Commission. This has gone to the Beaches, Parks and Rec Commission, probably the same members that are on the commission now. So it has actually gone to the BPR. And you, Mayor Ward, were on council when it did come to council. The council didn't vote on it. I know you had made comments about sand replenishment, but that's every year. I mean, sand replenishment is ongoing. Sand disappears. We need a replenish it. And I don't think we need to poo-poo this idea, so to speak, because of that. But anyway, I'm supportive. Thanks.
I'm not seeing three
Madam-
council members that are willing to go forward.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is there's some concern about analysis. And I put this matter on the item, on the agenda because the planning, the Parks and Beaches Commission hadn't ruled on it. They tabled the matter. They'd seen it previously, but I don't mind getting their input. Linking into Mayor Pro Tem James's comment about analysis, if we refer this to the Parks and Beaches Commission for their recommendation on a test program, for a one-year test program, for them to identify the best location and whether this is appropriate to go forward. I don't want to spend a lot of time on engineers and consultants to do analysis on, water quality. I think this, in light of the rains that we have and the bacterial counts that we have at every rain, I think the impact is de minimis that way. So I would support, I would make a motion that we refer this to the Parks Commission for them to make a recommendation to us on the best location to do a test program.
Can you put a date?
They
can you-
probably have time, but not a lot on their agenda, but I would say if they can report back to us within the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Oh, no, they'll need, give them 3 months.
Well, they were planning on bringing this back at the April meeting, so we can still fulfill that with BPR Commission, having it at their April meeting and deliberating, and then providing recommendations to staff to then bring back to the council, most likely late May, early June.
Okay, that's a good time frame.
So-
Yeah,
But I don't think we need, it's already being done. I don't think that we need to weigh in on it. It's being done.
No,
They're hearing our comments.
the
I don't see what we're doing tonight.
No, the point is it's not being done, Mayor Ward. It's being talked about. That's a far cry from being done. My recommendation would be that we ask the Parks Commission to weigh in on recommending to us the best location for a test program.
Okay, so it wouldn't just be that, it would be all of the issues with the dog park, water quality,
They can address whatever
safety,
they.
who's going to enforce it, all best practices. That's why we have our Beaches, Parks and Rec Committee to give us all the best practices. And until we have that, I'm telling you, I won't be able to make a decision on that because that's what we ask of our committees. And I don't think it's like a costly analysis or anything, but we ask them to go through the public process so that they get all of that for us. And that's what I don't want shortchanged is the public process on that. You heard tonight just a fraction of the comments we heard a couple of years ago on this. So we can't shortchange that because it won't be successful.
Well, I don't mind the additional analysis. I was trying to avoid the staff time and expense.
It won't happen on
But,
this issue.
but what I want from them is their recommendation on a pilot program. What I don't want is for them to take 3 months to come back and say, this is absolutely ridiculous. We don't want any dogs on our beaches and it's just too expensive.
It still has to go through the public process. And if that's what comes out of it, that's what comes back to us. They're not going to weigh in on what they think. It's just going to be what the public came up with. They are our vetting group. That's
Okay.
who vets it. I don't think we have the time right now to vet this on our own. It really has to go through that because that's where our community's used to going. So I don't want to shortchange it, but I'm not asking, I don't think anyone's asking for it to be some super analysis, but it has to go through the process. And I think that's basically what we're all saying tonight, is it's got to go through that process.
Well, if the process, the process, there's an old saying in business, time kills all deals. And the process kills a lot of deals as well. My point is, I think this is important to the community. I don't mind them weighing in on the best location to do this because we've heard a lot of discussion. If they want to throw in open it up and have public meetings, that's fine, and have and receive information and report that information. That's okay.
Well, then I don't see that we're talking about anything different.
No,
I
what we're
think you
talking
two are
about,
saying the same
what we're
thing.
talking about is having the Parks and Beaches Commission come back to our council with a recommendation on a proper location for a test program.
If they can find it and
by,
the public agrees to that and there's public buy-in, that will be what all the city council is going to be looking at. We're all talking the same
Okay,
thing.
then I would make a motion that we refer this resolution to the Parks and Rec Commission for an analysis, for them to report back to us in May.
June 2nd.
Pardon?
I got a date here. June 2nd is our first meeting in June.
By June 2nd, on a recommendation on a pilot program, the efficacy and appropriateness of a pilot program for dog beach and sanctuary.
So if you'll agree that this resolution is just
Well, when I
just
say refer the
information, it's
resolution,
not a resolution for them to consider because
I
staff
want
is
to,
the
I
one
want to
that
give
brings it.
the resolution as a starting place, but we're looking for their input.
Of
on the best
information.
location for a pilot program.
And if I can just amend your motion to include the larger question of the dog park and a holistic program for dogs in town.
Absolutely.
Because we should consider that altogether.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it before we open a
I'll
stretch of
include that.
beach.
I'll include that in my motion.
Including dog runs too.
Dog runs.
Dog runs, which provide more space for the dog to move around
Well,
as it naturally would,
Isn't
right?
that
Which
the
is what a
dog park?
beach, which is what a beach fulfills. But a dog run is not on the beach. Dog run, it could be in some, park location.
But you've been to dog park or dog
Yeah.
park, right?
It just is dirt. That's
Yeah,
why
just
people
dirt.
don't
that's not
like
what I'm
it.
talking about. A dog run is a different thing where a dog can kind of get out and move and kind of really get after it like they can on the beach, but it's not on the beach.
So can I ask, as part of our master plan, if staff could look at whether the residents, the public wants in any of our parks, set aside dog parts of our parks? Because we're doing the master plan right now. Samantha, how many parks are we looking at right now?
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I think I can shed some light on the conversations here. For clarity, there's a dog park. This is the Parks and Rec lesson. There's a dog park and there's a dog run. The city of Dana Point actually has a dog run that many people would be familiar with. It's in Heritage Park. It's more of a long stretch. It's a fenced in area. It allows for really just running back and forth. Really great for larger dogs typically. And then you have a dog park format, which is what Baron Von Willard is. Baron Von Willard is a little unique in that it does separate large and small dogs. And to Mayor Pro Tem James's statement, the large dog park is decomposed granite and the small dog park is turf. And I know that has caused for concern from a number of our residents, and we're aware of that. So to Mayor Ward's point, we are doing 5 specific master plan updates. One of those is Linda Lane. One of those is Steed Park, which would include the dog park, as well as San Gregorio, San Luis Rey, and Bonita Canyon. And as the council, I would imagine you can all guess that all 5 of those parks actually provide really unique and ripe opportunities for consideration of off-leash dog opportunities and expanded dog opportunities. So Councilmember Knobloch, your point of really a broader, and Mayor Pro Tem James as well, a broader look at dog access is needed. And again, the 2018 master plan told us that it was a number 2 priority underneath the continuation of trails citywide. So for that, I think that should give us a better gauge on in the near future, and for our residents as well. We hope to see improved dog access. Absolutely. We hear it's a priority. It is why it was on the commission's work plan as well. And we have referred that to our consultant also with our 5 site plans also.
Okay. And council members can weigh in on that master plan when it starts, correct? I mean, we can attend and weigh in, and the public can.
Absolutely. It will be staff's intention to work with the consultant to certainly connect with council members and major stakeholders, as well as do some public workshops and outreach. We just did our kickoff meeting a couple weeks ago, and we're looking at landing some preliminary dates for a public workshop as well.
Samantha, I think you lost Council Member Knobloch at the word consultant.
We've already.
Let me reassure you, it won't delay the timing. To reassure you, Councilmember Knobloch, we will bring it to the April meeting for commission, specific to your request this evening. And I think the clarifying ask to the commission, if I'm correct, just so I can reiterate it, is to look at the ordinance or the resolution that's there tonight, and also provide feedback on other possibilities if those exist. And that actually will narrow the field of focus for the commission. That was one of the items that was brought up in February, that they felt like it was a very broad subject and they didn't know how to narrow it down. So this evening's conversation will be very helpful in moving forward.
Okay, so to me, staff is hearing our input on this. I don't think we need to weigh in and do a motion because I don't think we even have one.
No, I made a motion and it's been seconded. I call
Okay.
for the vote.
All right, well.
Who was the second?
I would.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And this was for the first version that I heard was to refer to Beach Parks and Recreation for them to determine the best location for a one-year test program and report back. And then I think the second, I just want to make sure,
Was to
the second
expand
one
it to
took the
include
place of the first to refer it to the Beach Parks Recreation Commission for analysis for a report back by June 2nd on the efficacy of a dog beach and a larger question of the dog park runs and opportunities for
Right.
dog access.
As
It's
part
that
of an
second
overall
one, is that
plan
correct?
Yes.
for dog
Okay,
access.
so make sure.
I incorporated that into the motion.
And I asked for, public input
Right.
with, and all committees weigh in and staff weigh in on concerns. Staff will help the commission with, if they go into one place, they will help them
My motion.
facilitate that happening and be
Madam Mayor, the
successful.
motion stands on its own.
No,
know
I
we need to be-
agree. I'm
are
giving
you gonna make
input.
Another motion, is that?
No, I'm just giving input. If you'll agree to it, we're saying the same thing.
No, I don't know what you're saying, but
Oh,
we
well.
made a motion, it's passed, and I think we're good to go.
All right, Steve. That's fine. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Duncan.
I mean, just to clarify again, so the efficacy of a dog beach, is that part of I think I heard you say that, right? What I'm want to make sure is part of it is staff input of fiscal costs, liability, health, safety, the things that I would want to be reviewing in deciding, okay, this is where the dog beach is proposed, but here's the risks. Okay, I'm willing to go with it or not. I want to make sure that's part of it, right? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
Okay.
But not just the efficacy, it was specific language that they come back with a recommended location for a test pilot program,
Okay.
including all the other.
Okay,
the
including all
analysis.
that other information. Okay,
Councilmember Ferguson.
I'm an enthusiastic aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is consideration of a letter to oppose bills relating to the state's housing crisis and convey the city's intention to explore ways to maintain control over zoning matters.
So there's no less than about 6 or 7 bills pending in Sacramento right now, all taking away local control from us as city government. It's disconcerting what's going on. It's centralized planning at its worst. It is very disconcerting. One of the bills floating around by Tony Atkins is the establishment of a homeless inspector general. As you really would look at it, it's more of a homeless czar being created. And one of the things in that is if a city or a county does not provide an adequate, in the view of the state, an adequate homeless plan, the state will write the homeless plan. So there's a lot of this stuff floating around Sacramento. I'm concerned, and that's why I wanted to have a letter signed by the mayor, approved by the council. The council members all have a copy of this letter. And just let me read the first paragraph. The legislature of the state of California has again proposed a number of bills addressing a range of housing issues. The legislature of the state of California does not allow sufficient time between every cycle to determine if the legislation is successful. The majority of these bills usurp the authority of local jurisdictions to determine for themselves the land use policies. And there's, like I said, this is a 1.5-page document. Council members have it. I would like to have 3 council members support it for a signature by the mayor.
I think that's a great idea. I would go a little bit farther and take that letter that you would envision being sent to our legislative delegation.
Exactly.
I would send that letter to every city and county in the state of California.
Now, if we wanted to add a little more pizzazz to it, we'd make it a resolution.
A resolution then to be forwarded to all of our colleagues statewide.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're all aware of it, but I think sometimes encouragement from other municipalities helps.
There are 40 cities in the state of California who have passed similar resolutions. And not all, some of them would surprise you, the ones that have city manager, can you name a few that have?
Yeah, so City of Torrance was one of the first cities to create this resolution, and then they, in turn, a council member there started reaching out to other cities to make them aware of this overarching resolution. And so examples of the city of Palo Alto jumped on board, and other cities based on kind of Torrance's first step out. This letter is more or less verbatim from the Torrance resolution and part of the Palo Alto resolution. But to Mayor Pro Tem Gene James's point, yes, a number of cities have already taken this
Right,
position.
and there's of the 40 that have signed it, there's 442 that haven't signed it. So I'd like to forward that to them.
Exactly. But when you talk about Palo Alto and cities like that, these are not rabid conservative
That's
cities.
right. That's right.
These are progressive cities who are concerned about the lack of local control.
So,
I'll second that motion.
so motion for a letter or resolution?
Resolution.
Resolution.
So staff, kind of time is of the essence here. I don't know that we have time to come back to another meeting for this. These bills are before the Senate very soon.
Well, the legislative session just will start. They're in committee now, but
The committees, and that's where I thought we would
that
want
would be
those to
helpful,
go.
yeah. Sooner the better. Yeah.
So what's our option to turn this into a resolution that we can all agree to tonight
Well, we could do
without?
we could do a letter to go out immediately.
We can do a
follow up
letter,
with
go out
resolution.
immediately, and then on April 6th.
Bring back a resolution?
Approve a resolution
Okay.
with the very same wording. There's no additional staff time to this.
One word of caution. And I can't take credit for this, but it seems smart to me. Let's remember, though, some of the people we may be sending this to, we need them to support us on other legislation. We don't want to upset them too much by attacking their legislation. I think we should make sure we're weighing the I agree with the letter. I want to make sure we weigh the positive and the benefits and act very strategically in how we use the letter. Firing off to just everybody, I'm not sure we want to do that. It's not going to change a lot of people's minds, and it may just make them less inclined to support us on other legislation that we support, like the Bates bills. So just to kind of throw that out.
Yeah, I understand the concern, Chris. My concern is that this issue is a philosophical watershed issue. This is huge, and the legislature is headed more and more in that direction of controlling things that they traditionally haven't and reasonably shouldn't. So I have no problem with speaking up. If we don't blow the horn now, there may not be another time, and it's important enough that I think we need to let others know, maybe give them some backbone to stand up as well and oppose this.
Okay, so other cities, I have no problem with that, and that because that's not the legislators.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So we'd send it to our delegation.
Our delegation?
We'd send it to other cities. We're not
Okay.
gonna send it to Tony Atkins.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
for sure.
exactly.
And the whole state of California. Okay.
The
So
city-
our
city
delegation,
counties, yeah.
because they are supporting this, League of Cities definitely is supporting
Yeah.
keeping local control, where we
Yeah.
determine where we put our housing and how we might do that instead of broad legislation that tells us
Yeah.
something to do that's not going to get done in our city because it's just not practical. So, all right, so we have a motion to support this tonight and bring it back in a resolution on the 6th. And I think, is there a second?
Yes,
Okay,
I second that.
So Madam Clerk, there's a motion and a second.
But with the friendly amendment that the letter that's going out immediately be sent to our delegation and every city in
And
council.
to 442
Okay.
other cities.
Well.
That's a cost of roughly $200 in postage. Do we need a budget adjustment, Mr. City Manager, for?
Or for
Um,
postage?
We don't,
for the
send- we
No,
send that.
I would
by
probably,
email.
I'll find an email listserv
make
that I
that
can
happen?
post
Yeah.
it via email.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We don't do that anymore. Hardly ever.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye,
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
thank you.
Oral communications part 2. We do have,
I have one comment from Rick Leffler. Good evening, council. When I reviewed the agenda for this evening, I was surprised to see that the homeless update had been removed. This comes after I commented at the last council meeting that appeared that the council was putting the topic of homelessness in our city on the back burner. The action by the city manager removing the homeless update pretty much validates my assertion. As Councilmember Ferguson so accurately acknowledged, the council 2 years ago decided that a homeless update would be on the agenda of every council meeting going forward. This decision was made with no caveat, so I'm not clear why the city manager would arbitrarily remove the item. If for no other reason, the public needs to have an item designated on the agenda to submit their homeless specific comments. I'd also like to comment on Councilmember James's inquiry in regards to the possibility of including subject matter experts like OCSD outreach team members in the screening of candidates for our city outreach employee. The success of our outreach employee will be significantly improved if they have a good rapport and working relationship with OCSD. It would seem clear that we would benefit from having some amount of participation from OCSD when narrowing down the candidates. Sergeant Robert Burke, OIC, Office of County Homeless Outreach Team would be a great resource. While I'm optimistic that the city will ultimately hire the best person for the job, I am a little less optimistic after hearing the city manager reflect on his vague reference to the experts who will primarily be responsible for vetting the candidates. The council should be committed to ensure that the city employs the best possible candidate and that is completely reliant on the quality of those tasked with the hiring. Thank you, Rick Leffler. That's all for public comments.
All right, thank you.
under city manager, first item is plan for the opening of city hall and council meetings to the public.
Yeah, Brian, if you'd bring up that PowerPoint, please. So as a discussion point or pursuant to council giving direction to bring this back for discussion in terms of both opening plans for city hall and for council meetings. So next slide, Brian, please. So there's a couple of key points that I wanted to go over, and this comes from the state level in terms of their guidance via the CDC, and I've referenced their link at the bottom of this, is obviously avoid large events and gatherings when possible, consider the level of risk when deciding to host an event, and promote healthy behaviors and maintain a healthy environment and reduce the risk when gatherings, and be prepared if someone gets sick during or after the event. Next slide, Brian. These are guidelines via the state as it relates to practical or prevention practices. So physical distancing to maintain an extent possible of 6 feet, use of face coverings by workers, frequent hand washing and regular cleaning and disinfecting, and then training workers or employees on these elements as part of that prevention plan. Next slide. The other component that we have to also bring up are legal concerns. And so those go with occupancy terms based on federal, state, and county guidelines, protective measures in terms of completing compliance, for required protective measures, guidance, and documentation shared with employees and those participants as it relates to protocols and requirements, accommodations to continue to provide remote access to alternatives to employees and council members participating at council meetings, and modifications, monitor and make adjustments to protocols as conditions change or loosen. Next slide. So what I had communicated before, and I'm going to be consistent in this communication, is I'm taking measured steps with reopening. And as the coronavirus starts to show improvements in the county that we're hearing every day, as we recently entered into red tier on Sunday, guidelines will be changing and things will be happening and we'll be fluid with those changes. But with that said, City Hall appointments via Zoom will begin taking reservations April 1st of 2021. So that means that you no longer have to come to the City Hall. You'll be able to book an appointment online. You'll be able to connect with a planner or the appropriate staffer via Zoom, and they will assist you as if you were in the building. And that will allow them also to review the files electronically via Zoom that you submit and provide comments. Number two, open up to the public via appointment only starting May 1st of 2021. So we'll start with the Zoom appointments, and then come May 1st, we will then open up the City Hall building to take the public in by appointment, and we'll be able to control the crowds and so forth via that appointment-based process. The second component is City Council meetings. So currently we're in person with remote options for City Council and staff. That at this time, I have no changes to that. That would be something that once the pandemic is over, we could revisit in terms of those accommodations. Public comment in person, starting April 20th of 2021, we will allow individuals to come to the community center and provide public comments in person. And then the last step would be public attendance to City Council meetings starting May 1st. So very much like the red tier, if you recall, the red tier allows indoor with a 25% occupancy. So much like that, we would do the same thing for the public to attend a council meeting in person. They would, have an occupancy limit. And then if we go to the orange tier, that occupancy limit would increase based on that tier's allowances. And then to the yellow, of course, is at 50%. Now, of course, I've asterisked all of these because if things change based on state and or federal guidelines, we will have to adapt, and that's nothing new, just a disclaimer. We have done everything we can to educate the employees. We have COVID work protocols in place so that if you wake up and you feel sick, you stay home. We continue to do certain schedules that allow for appropriate spacing so that if someone is transmitted with COVID, the rest of the city doesn't have to quarantine so that we can maintain continuity. It's worked really well, and it's also provided comfort to the staff knowing that it's a safe working environment. With that, I'm going to stop. That's our plan, and we'll be moving forward with that as this presentation indicates. But I think the most important thing to note is, obviously, with in-person, we still have individuals, and I want to respect everyone's HIPAA rights that either are over the age or have an underlying health condition. And until the pandemic ends, it is our responsibility to accommodate that, much like a disability accommodation outside of the pandemic. And that's something that's important to me. And I know it's important to the employees that we maintain those safe protocols, which we have done, and we will continue to do so. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. And if there's any questions, I stand ready to answer.
Councilmember Noblock.
Quick question, Eric, the mask protocol that was mentioned, does that include the clear plastic masks that the nurses wear? Is that?
No, as far as, well, no. The short answer is no. The mask is still recommended by the CDC, and there have been other recommendations that say, obviously, wearing 2 masks is even safer. But to your question, Councilmember Knobloch, no, not the face shields, if you will.
So I want to commend the city manager and staff for all that they have done to keep city operations going during this. We've had, a few cases, but staff has been working so cooperatively that it didn't impact our operations, and we certainly appreciate it. And I know the residents appreciate it. So I appreciate that. And it looks like we're moving with the rest of the county to opening more.
Yeah,
So I appreciate that.
I really look forward to opening up, and I look forward to having the public here. It's been a year, it's been more than a year. The public needs to come to these meetings. We need to see them. We need, the city clerk needs to stop reading all the comments that's coming in. I'm sure both of them will agree with that. And we need to hear people's voices, and we need to hear the emphatic way they come and present their cases to us, and a third party reading something, a email just doesn't do that. I have a question which I asked you about in regards to, I don't want to compare ourselves to Dana Point, but is Dana Point on JPIA?
Yes, sir.
So they're violating JPIA's protocols.
So, sir, yeah, that's a very difficult question for me to answer. And so what I can tell you is we've received the protocols from JPIA. I've conveyed that to the city council, and if we're hearing to that, I can't speak for other agencies.
I
Yeah, the protocol is a recommendation. It's not any kind of an order. It's a recommendation, sort of their best practices recommendation, I guess, huh?
To a degree, yes, they are providing recommendations to operate a safe environment.
So, not to be discussed this evening, I'm going to bring it up at our next meeting, but we've got 36 feet going across the stage here. And I recommend that as we get further into this, that we're going to be in this room for the next year at least, if not longer. I recommend, that we start thinking about a dais that we build up there, a dais probably that can be rolled in and rolled out to clear the stage. But I think we really need to plan on being here a year. I don't want us looking like this is so temporary, and we need to work on that. And I'll bring that up next week.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Ward, if I may please have a question of staff.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Eric, I brought along some of the data, recent data, which is pretty incredible in terms of us going to the red tier now. I'm wearing red to celebrate that. It's wonderful. And I hear from Supervisor Bartlett that by April, it's expected we may even go into the orange tier. So it's rapidly changing for us in Orange County. It shows that we have 4.8 positive cases per 100,000, and the state has set that benchmark at 10 per 100,000. So we are doing incredible here in Orange County, and hospitalizations continue to show their general decline. But I just wanted to ask you, how did you base your opening schedule going forward, like May 1, 2021 for the public to come, I believe. And if we're in the orange in April, are you proposing modification to that?
So Councilmember Ferguson, as the guidelines change, much like what I've indicated on the date stuff is tentative and subject to change. And so as the guidelines change, staff will review and respond accordingly if we need to up those dates.
Okay, thank you. And also, have you looked at the cities of Mission Viejo as well and Laguna Niguel, because they're open?
So you know what? There's cities that are doing stuff. There are cities that are continuing to remain Zoom. There's a mix of them out there, and I think for the end of the day, as your interim city manager, I need to do what's best for the city employees of the city of San Clemente. And so, while other agencies are doing that, I feel that the recommendations we've provided make the staff feel comfortable with this environment, as well as the council, and then of course the public as well.
Okay, thank you. I truly believe that we should give the option to come or not come at this stage, because things are really moving quickly and we're opening up, and I support that definitely.
And the people want that, of course. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that report. Madam Clerk, our next item.
I have a couple questions of the
Oh.
city manager, unrelated.
Yes. Oh, unrelated. So,
A city manager, a question for the city manager.
okay, I see what you're saying.
Do we have an update on the dividers on the benches?
Yes, so a good portion of those have been installed. I know we're waiting for some more via order to come in, but I am told that that should be done by the end of the month.
Excellent. And the last thing, could you talk to us about the $8.9 million that's coming from Washington DC?
Yes, so as part of your, what Councilmember James is referring to is the stimulus package that has been afforded to local governments to backfill revenue losses. Recently was presented to President Biden for signature after it passed all the hurdles. The city is working with the feds to understand the guidelines. They have yet to release specific guidelines to the uses of those dollars. They've provided some clarity, such as you can't use it for pension pay down is an example of that. But we, the city, as part of our long-term financial plan and as part of our budget process, we will be presenting to you at least a plan for those monies. And obviously that's subject to council approval. So when we come back, you'll be having an opportunity to deliberate on how that money occurs. And one thing that's important is it's going to be given to the cities in two buckets, one year, and then the second bucket the next year. And so staff will be looking at that as it relates to the guidelines for application for the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Ward, if I may, since we're asking the questions of the interim city manager, I wanted to ask him about the concession leases. When is that agenda report coming back?
So we're going to bring that back. I talked to Councilmember James, and we're going to be bringing that back probably at the second meeting in April. The report's done. We're making some edits, and then we're also bringing the consultant to do a presentation to the council as well.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Clerk.
Yes. The next item under city attorney is report from the city attorney concerning AB 1234 training.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I gave you a written report. I won't belabor it. What we're asking you tonight is to find time the last week of April to get together for mandatory ethics training. The city clerk, interim city manager and I have been working on finding a provider. We found what I think is the most exceptional team you could, and they're available to spend a half day to do some preliminary work with you, to do some tailored training on governmental ethics and local governance that last week of April. So if it's okay with you, I don't know, they're able to come any evening that week except Thursday, or to do a half day, a morning or an afternoon, as you might deem appropriate. So what we want to do is to talk to you about availability during that week.
How long is the 1 hour, 2 hours?
It's 2 hours, but we plan to have 2 hours of kind of abstract training, and then to give you 2 hours with them to talk about best practices and application of that
And
training.
this is for the required ethics trainings of all people.
Yeah.
And there's a harassment training as well, right?
That could be included, council member. That's a different curriculum. But
Do
if
we
you
get
wanted
credit?
to-
Do we get credit if we loop them together?
Yeah, we could do both. It would make
I'd say
it maybe a
let's do
little
both. We
longer, a
have to
half
do 'em,
day, but
so.
why not? That's a great idea. We can do that.
City attorney, will that take the place of the online test training that we did? The online training?
Madam
I
Clerk.
believe it would.
Yeah, it would
If you
take,
could
it
add
would
the
take the place of that.
hours to
Yeah.
it.
And that's only good for 2 years. So that has to be renewed every odd numbered year anyway.
I just wanted to know if it replaced the online training, if we were in person. Thank you.
You have to
So
take a test?
Just one question
Have
for
to
the
take a
city
test at the end
attorney.
of it?
No, there's no test. There's a certificate suitable for framing.
Okay.
Just one question for the city attorney. I noticed in the report that it said that the institute is available to conduct the training any evening.
Well, I assumed you wanted it to be an evening, but they'll come
Oh,
during the day if
okay.
you'd rather do that. I I know some Councilmember Ferguson, it's tough commuting and working full time. The rest of us are a little bit freer. So that's why it's that evening, just because I presume that's when you'd want to do this, but we can arrange whatever you all decide.
So because it's the last week of April, I don't believe many of us have regional committees because it's an extra week.
week.
It's long. It's the 5th week of the month. So for me, I'm available. Friday's a dark Friday, but for us, if we're doing this on Zoom, I heard, and we could do
They'll
it from
be
home.
presenting- Well,
Oh,
their
we
rules may
should be
change
together
too,
though.
as we just discussed, but they
Yeah.
want us to presume that they'll be remote and we'll be together.
Okay, so then it looks like Monday through Thursday.
I teach on Monday and Wednesday nights.
Okay, so then we're to Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday, Friday, they're booked on Thursday.
That's right. So is everyone available Tuesday, the 27th?
We could do that. What if we planned on kind of early evening? And then we'd have the harassment training before that. So you could come, let's say at 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Would that be all right?
Are they both 2 hours?
Yeah,
Harassment's 2 and ethics is 2.
yeah.
Well,
Okay.
so Laura, on the 27th on Tuesday,
I'll see if I can make it work. Otherwise, I'll just do the online training and get my certificates that way. Thanks.
so the goal here was to try to get the entire council, but
I can't commit to that right now because I work, so I'll have to check.
if, I understand the harassment part, some of us are trying to get that in. But what about if we started the other part of the training, say at 6? So
We'll do
that the council could do that.
Some of it will be in phone interviews with you beforehand because they want to set the agenda as the council would direct. So I think that will work. They'll spend that time. They'll just front end that with you and then start it. Did you say 6, Mayor?
I said 6.
Yeah, they'll do that
On the 27th, and
Yeah.
then if we can do the harassment,
at 4.
that some of us want to get in, we could do that. Or if it's not going to work, we could just do that online too.
Yeah. 6 on Tuesday.
The
probably I can
27th.
do.
12:34 harassment.
April 27th.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Joanne?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
So I know what
Thanks,
I'm doing.
Mayor,
there.
Council.
Okay. All right.
Council members.
I have a couple things.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I looked.
I'll put my mic off. I turned my mic off here, so.
Go ahead, Laura. Unless you
Like-
go.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I'll be quick here. I have an item I'd like to suggest for the next agenda. Pertains to the concrete access path to the trail at Mariposa Beach. It's not ADA compliant, and some residents said they'd like to see the city have a railing against the brush for those who are elderly and disabled in wheelchairs. So I just like to recommend consideration at next meeting, April 6th, that we have that discussed for inclusion in the 2021-2022 CIP budget. And then secondly, there was a comment tonight about the 715 Avenida Colombo property, and I'd like to recommend that council revisit that. The property did change hands in October, early October, so almost 6 months ago. And I think because it is a blighted property confirmed by community development, blighted property, that we need to revisit that and see what's going on there. So I just want to have some support for that if I do. Thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson, if I could amend your first one to include the beach access at Riviera as well, I think that would be good to combine those two, and I'll second your motion.
Perfect, thank you.
That's on the agenda.
Do you want 3 votes to have a staff report to provide?
You can,
details
but
like budget and so forth?
this next meeting is going to be quite a lot. So I'm just trying to manage expectations.
Yeah.
If we're just going to talk about whether we should talk about it or not, one of the things that I want to know is it true that that's not ADA compliant? I'd like information on those accesses that Mayor Pro Tem James also
If,
brought up.
if I can, I mean, because it is going to be Easter holiday weekend as well as part of that preparation. Tom Vonnegut will be ready to communicate to the council on April 6th to all the issues that you've gone over. So he'll be able to speak to that. And then the council can give direction thereafter. And if you're giving direction to incorporate into the budget, that's not a problem either because that's forthcoming as well.
Including cost?
In terms of, yes, Tom can speak to estimates. Yes.
Okay, so on the second part, is there any council member that wants to second that, a discussion on Colombo? I believe we've all been briefed on that.
I don't know much about it. I recall before I was elected, I received a phone call from either a neighbor
should-
or the property owner complaining
Yeah.
about it, but
You
I
can
don't-
talk to staff to get briefed on that, but
Delora, were you looking for a report from staff or just on status, or what were you?
Yeah, I'd like that to come back to council for consideration, get an update on it and consideration what steps to take next on that.
What I can recommend is we've had this discussion in closed session and we can agendize it for closed session and have Matt Silver. And if there's anything that needs to be communicated out thereafter in open session, that can be done as well.
That was my.
That works.
Second, so I'll second it for closed
closed
session.
session, okay. Councilmember Ferguson, are you done? So Councilmember James?
I am, so yeah.
I have two things. One is a resolution I'm going to propose. In San Clemente, we have 65,000 citizens and taxpayers who possess about 20,000 firearms. And not once in recent memory has anyone in San Clemente been convicted or even charged with a crime involving a firearm. I think the framers had it right. We have a right to bear arms. And this resolution is a non-binding resolution supporting our firearm owners in the city of San Clemente. Just a couple of things I want to read. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights protects the inalienable and individual rights of the people to keep and bear arms. And I'd like to remind everyone that unlike the Magna Carta, where the king granted rights, in the United States of America, our creator endowed our rights. So I would like to bring this back as a resolution for the city of San Clemente to back the legal gun owners in the city of San Clemente. If I could have a second and a third on that, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I'm hearing for it to be agendized. I'm not hearing. Councilmember Ferguson, do you have a comment?
No comment? No comment. I look forward to discussing the next meeting.
All
Very
right,
good.
So it's agendized.
So I have one other thing, and this is, I would like to have the homeless subcommittee look at this. I would like to have the public safety subcommittee look at this and come back with a recommendation. Number one, I would like to look at an ordinance that would prohibit shopping carts on sidewalks, streets, and public property in the city of San Clemente. And number two, a ordinance that would prohibit the storage of property on sidewalks, streets, and public property.
Second that.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, so that would, just a first and a second would bring it back to April 6th, but I think what would be more effective is if you could get a third vote to direct staff to go ahead and agendize this for those two subcommittees, and then those findings we brought back to the city council thereafter.
Thank you.
I would do a third vote on that. But just let's be clear, we've got a lot coming up in early April. You know, budget.
I anticipate, and just again, the word of the month is manage expectations. I would anticipate, Councilmember James, just to make sure that you're on the same page, we would probably bring this back to the council either June or early July.
That's correct.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you for that clarification. Councilmember James, are you done?
I'm finished.
Okay, Councilmember Noble.
I have two short items, Madam Mayor. One is I just want to report that the Marines at the group in San Mateo has received from the city $1,000 donation for a cooler that it benefits just them in the rec hall. Each of the Marine groups have their own cooler with a lock. They're kind of pricey, but they're about $3,600 a piece, and we've contributed $1,000 for that, and we're budgeted for it. So I just want to report that. The Marine Corps was very thankful for that, very appreciative. The second item I have, Madam Mayor, is to agendize at our next meeting an item to rescind San Clemente Ordinance number 1655 relating to judicial review of administrative hearings. I'd like to have that agendized for consideration.
Can you give some background on that?
Yeah, the ordinance provides that if a citizen files an appeal to a city decision, that if they appeal that and lose, they have to pay the attorney fees, the staff fees, and all costs related to the analysis of the item. It's like, it's kind of like if you get a parking ticket and you say, okay, you can challenge this, but if you challenge it and lose, you have to pay the policeman's time, the wear and tear on the police vehicle, the judge's time, the clerk's time, the court reporter's time, and all costs related to your appeal. I think it's unfair generally without getting into the merits. I just want to agendize it because I think it's unfair to our citizens.
I'd love to have a conversation about that. I'll second that.
Okay. So that's,
I have one small report.
yes,
Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Duncan, go ahead.
Yes, just want to report, I was fortunate enough to participate in a class at San Clemente High School Public Works with our future leaders. Right folks, I think we're in good hands. And really interesting, tackling some of the issues we've even talked about today. So that was a great experience. I want to thank Mike Hurlbut for having me in that class. And thank the students. I suggested that they comment, and they sure did comment on some of the issues on the agenda today. Glad to have their participation in the city. Hopefully they'll continue that. Hopefully they'll tune into some of these meetings too and follow what we're doing. So thank you.
So I appreciate that report. I also attended that class. And I'll tell you that one of the comments was about the skate park, how important that is. I suggested also that they start participating in the Beaches, Parks and Rec Master Plan, and that that's how we all look at priorities in the city, and also to look at our action sports industry more for help on that, because we have such an active action sports industry. And what I didn't know that the students told me real quick was that we have multiple users of that park. We have adults that use it down to very small children, and I didn't realize that. And so they think there's a need to separate the participants because of that. But also there was a lot about public art, which I think we're all pretty passionate about. I know Councilmember Ferguson's brought it up. I've got a couple art projects, but what they presented was fantastic.
Yes.
And they're looking at it for their high school, but certainly I let them know that the city has a public art program, and that we might help them with how they might show that to the school board, and give options so that they could get that passed for the high school. So
Well,
that was a great time. Thank you for reminding me. I
Yeah.
forgot.
They have a lot to offer, and they have the most to gain.
Yes.
So it's good to see our younger folks getting engaged.
It's true. So we don't have any resolutions or ordinances, Madam Clerk, but I wanted to remind council that for the adjournment,
I have it written down here.
thank you very much. So you're
So
on.
I
for
have a
that.
motion to adjourn to a special meeting to be held March 23rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of discussing toll road issues. Council members will meet via teleconference and or in person at the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Seville, San Clemente. The next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on April 6, 2021. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. Council members will meet via teleconference and or in person at the Community Center Auditorium located 100 North Seville, San Clemente.
Second by, motion to adjourn by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, everyone.